the investigation that was done by the San Francisco District Attorney's Office, among the data that came out was that they would spy on organizations that were critical of Israel, spy on organizations that were critical of South Africa, and they would pass that information on to Israel, and they passed the information on to South Africa. This was apartheid South Africa.
According to a declassified FBI document, one prominent investigator working on behalf of the ADL was Ray Bullock, a San Franciscan with the codename Cal, who posed as a small-time art dealer in the Castro district. Working clandestinely with Bullock was Thomas Gerard, a detective with the San Francisco Police Department's intelligence unit and a 3-year veteran of the CIA. Bamford wrote that, quote, Gerard would illegally supply Bullock with confidential data from the police and FBI computer files about Americans, many of them pro-Palestinian activists that were targets of the ADL. His reports were then submitted to the ADL's executive director in San Francisco, Richard Hershot. Court documents ultimately exposed that Bullock and/or Hershot admitted that the ADL or its agents gave information to the government of Israel and sold information to the government of South Africa, including information secretly collected from Jewish peace groups. Is that anti-Semitic?
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Wednesday, August 21st, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. That clip obviously was from a recent interview, or actually from the documentary I interviewed James Lee about, that James Lee did a really great job on. About 22 minutes, mini doc on ADL, which he clearly finds, as I think the evidence undeniably shows, that it's essentially a spy agency for Israel. Now, we've talked a lot about AIPAC being, and I'll go through this, the AIPAC part of this again today to start, actually, being a very obvious, I mean, right on Wikipedia for you. And as always, not that that means it's true, just simply shows mass adoption. The reality being that AIPAC was an Israeli entity. It is still to this very day. It was created as such. They changed the name to alter the perception about that being the case. And the overlap with JFK, the FARA Act, the registering as a foreign agent, how that played a factor there. We're going to discuss some leaked documents that Lee Fang and others on his Substack, but overlapping some Guardian information that has now been kind of picked up on a lot of different platforms around leaked documents from Israel from 2018. And this came out about the 17th, I believe, but wanted to talk about this for a few days. And showing that this is something that Israel was petitioning, not just U.S. entities in the government, but legal aspects of the DNC and different aspects of our government to try to find a way around that. And there's really no way to misunderstand what this all shows you. And also, we already know from all the other things we've discussed that this is, as I can't stop seeing right now, this is the issue of our times, guys. And this is not about Israelis in particular or Jews in particular. This is about Zionism and really just political infiltration in a very surreptitious way that I'm seeing everywhere right now on steroids in this recent political fervor coming up to the election. That's always really been there. This is not a new tactic. You know, the whole Lenin quote from leading the opposition from within. The point being, if you want to manipulate a group, the best way to do so is to become a part of it and lead it into the ground from within without that being made aware to everyone around you. This is a classic idea. So this idea of a larger understanding of what Zionism has been since it's, I guess, as Avi Shalom puts it, the territorial, since it was given territorial dimensions, being something that existed before that, but since the state of Israel's creation forward on top of Palestine, what that has done to the world and what we're now clearly seeing kind of melt down in front of everybody. To make this only about one religion or even one country, as much as there's obvious overlaps to those things, is short-sighted. And I argue will only allow this to continue. And so today we're going to go through the obvious information around why this is so important. And really, as it would be impossible to try to do all of this in one show. hopefully you've been following along and looking at the different parts of this. This is only one aspect to a much larger conversation around how obvious this is, not just to US politics, but far more going on around the world. And even as it is being exposed and clearly diminishing in regard to its influence to average people, it seems as if it's going over on overdrive to maintain that influence politically with people in power. And it's really everywhere. Now, I wanted to make a point about that first, that I truly see this as something that we need as the world to acknowledge is not, it's sort of like it's a hard conversation to start with, to get into historical discussions like World War II and the idea of the, never again, and the conversation around that, and realizing that there were obvious atrocities that were committed, but we have been misled so aggressively about what ultimately happened. Zionism in particular, aligning itself with the Nazi organization. And all of this stuff doesn't make much sense until you look at the bigger picture. The point is that whatever happened at that point, what happened from there was the understanding, the world. Never again. We're not going to allow that to happen again. The problem is that right from that point forward, we were not stepping into something with an honest direction. The people that were at least in part responsible or coming from within that, like working with these groups. And again, this goes into US background as well, understanding who was actually funding different sides of this war, people that were involved with the US side, where eugenics as a mindset actually began in the United States. The point is that to this point now, we can look back and realize, okay, so we weren't actually, or rather the people in power weren't actually interested in never again. They weren't actually interested in positive change. They were interested in putting you in the belief that that's what was happening. So right now, my point is, if we truly want a better direction, and this applies to two-party politics in this country or on a world scale, what we're seeing with Israel, if we want something better, as I feel like we all do, or anybody honest out there, whether you think left or right, will accomplish that. The honest people out there want something positive. That's why they pretend to be positive. And if we want that, we need to see this change. We need to see this open up. We need to dissect this. We need to discuss this without worries of being called racist for simply highlighting static, objective realities. So today, that's the overall objective for this one part of the conversation, is to expose how clear this really is, how it influences immediate policy that's taking place, and how the left-right politics in this country, as well as other countries, but we're focused at this point on US politics, is overwhelmed by this manipulation. And this is how I see it. Of course, I could be wrong, but I want you to at least be able to entertain these possible data points and ask yourself how this possibly adds up, how possibly one side or the other are going to make a difference when both of them are blindly pro-Zionist and have all publicly said that they would continue supporting Israel. Now, the American perspective is not that the Israel dynamic is the most important thing to what's happening in this country. But if we're unable to see how Israel and the influence around the world, but specifically in the United States, is directly influencing, if not hindering, what you think is happening, then you just don't want to acknowledge it. I mean, it's literally on the surface of the conversation. So my point in saying all of that is that we need to deal with that first before we can even begin to discuss what might happen if we believe our political system is the living embodiment of our will, which is a whole other conversation. So I want to start today. Oh, and the other thing I was going to say as well was so I saw a comment the other day that really struck me. Somebody was making a point about how, and I've gotten this a lot, and I'm proud of this, about during the COVID-19 conversation, how what we were discussing and our message of unity, really more than anything, saved people. This message, this comment in particular, said that we saved their lives because what we were a raft in the middle of the insanity that allowed them to see past, which there were a lot of us out there doing this. My point in saying that now is that I don't want people to lose sight of the same message within all of this. I'll admit first, right on the surface of this, that I am more affected by what's happening right now. I too fall into these traps. I'm human like anybody else. I get upset by things that are said. I respond sometimes irrationally, in a number of things. But I feel like, at least, and quite frankly, it's not just on Twitter, it's just in the world. There are things that we react to that you look back and go, well, maybe I should have acted differently. What I'm doing through all this I guess the reason I'm saying that is because it's easy to see that the left-right paradigm, the pettiness of it all, of course, it will sometimes draw you into things that I might not otherwise be saying or talking about. But often my mindset is that it's important to the bigger picture, highlighting why you're being misled and so on. All of that is said in the interest of making sure we recognize that this is all toward a positive outcome, at least what I'm trying to accomplish. I truly believe that we are fighting for something positive with people who want something positive, who are simply being misled, thinking that's what they're accomplishing. So it really is a message, just like with the COVID-19 conversation. If you see this stuff, you're not alone. You're not the only one out there that is recognizing this anomaly, this weirdness, how everyone wants to ignore the fact that every person in power and fighting for power all align with this other dangerous thing that we don't want to talk about. It's important to see that we're fighting for self-determination like anybody else, to be free from this kind of manipulation, and to see that if we can fight through that, we can see something positive. And it's not only about attacking something or demolishing something or exposing something. It's about trying to find our footing as Americans, as the world, in a way where we can actually feel positive about the directions we're taking. And I think we need to continue to kind of resonate in that and not lose sight of it because of all the petty politics that are being shoved in your face like that's the most important conversation. It's everywhere on Twitter. And again, my opinion is that Elon is leading that, whether he knows it or not, driving you in a position. Same with Donald Trump, same with a lot of them, same with the left. It's not just about left. It's not. The point is that my focus on the right today, I think, is more obvious because the left, I think, is, I mean, for crying out loud, we've got Biden who can't tie his shoes, Kamala, who's the most hated person in politics, but somehow that's supposed to be a challenge to what's happening. I mean, you know my opinion. We're being driven to support this side of the conversation. It's not left or right, it's your government. And they're using that to keep you focused on the fact that the idea that they're fighting. I see the Trump side of this, and I see the way that they're driving us into the lowest common denominator. That it's about being powerful and about being right and about not about what's positive and good in the world or integrity and compassion and empathy. Nope, those things don't matter because you're weak. Now, that's not every conservative, but if we can see the government perspective and all of that, same thing on the left, right? It's about petty, small objectives that you feel take from the other side. And we're all being driven to lean into that. Now, I could go off on this forever, but that whole thing right there is very important. And my overall point there, like I said before, is that I believe what we're doing is in the interest of positive change. I believe that. So I guess I apologize if things I've talked about in over so many months have led us to feel like maybe that I'm black-pilled, as the term goes, and I'm not. I have a lot of hope for people out there that we can see this change. I see it changing right in front of us as I speak. So I hope that's clear, that we can make a difference. And I believe that you making choices in your immediate life, just what you do today, the door you open for somebody, who you speak to that day, makes a difference. It reverberates through the world. And I believe that we need to do our best to push that out, and myself included, to take my own advice. Now, let's start with the point about leaked documents. Now, the overarching point between all of this is that these are entities that are trying to circumvent what we're doing in this country, along with other countries, in the interest of what they want to accomplish. Not just Israelis or Jews, but ultimately Zionists. But it applies to anybody. Any entity around the world is trying to surreptitiously use our politicians to achieve what they want while telling us that it's all in our interest, we should care about. I mean, that's like a no-brainer, isn't it? Now, you see a lot of the left and right talk about Russia or China, and we should care about those. But I argue that's about trying to hide the bigger picture that all the politicians pointing in those directions are very well aware is truly driving policy here. And that's obviously Israel. There's no way around this. So today we're going to talk about the leaked documents showing this and why it shows you that we can try to change this for a positive direction if we can acknowledge that this is not about left or right. Now, this is from Lee Fang and Jack Polson. Looks like the first place this came from, overlapping with Guardian, but I've seen a lot of people posting this after the fact, which is good to see it spread, but it's good to give credit where it's due. Leaked Israeli docs reveal effort to evade foreign agent lobbying law. Now, this is the FARA Act. Now, specifically, as it says, former general counsel of the DNC secretly advised the Israeli government on how to avoid FARA registration of its U.S. propaganda program. Now, it's very clear. Now, I would advise that you don't lean in, really that it's not a partisan thing. Now, obviously, which is interesting, by the way, is in 2018, you would have easily seen this leaning to the left. Now we've seen it flip. And I'm really trying to hope people can see that this is, we saw during Trump's administration that people within the Israeli conversation were calling Trump an anti-Semite. Now the right is their life raft in what's going on. And really, it shows you, as we'll get into AIPAC in general, that it's funding all of your government for this very reason. And then internally pitting itself against each other, like us against us, politicians against politicians, for the interest of chaos, destabilization, distraction, as well as achieving what they want through our policy. So when it says DNC, this is just the moment that was where they felt the most impact, I would argue. Right now, we're watching the RNC direction. We're watching Trump and Adelson, everything. So I would caution against making it a partisan point. Now, it says the Israeli government sought legal advice, and this is from a 2018 timeframe, on a U.S. federal law requiring the disclosure of foreign-backed lobbying campaigns out of concerns that mounting enforcement of the law could ensnare American groups working in coordination with the Israeli government. Now, that alone is a problem. And it says leaked documents reviewed by The Guardian suggest. Now, the point is that the Israeli government, what we're going to discuss, undeniably through ADL, AIPAC, and a litany of other groups, are directly influencing outcomes. That is the whole point of FARA. It's a foreign agent. Now, it doesn't have to necessarily mean nefarious and criminal. That's usually the concern. But it really just means that we care if a foreign entity is influencing policy, right? So that's what all it means is they have to register as a foreign agent, and they can still engage, but we'll go through and read for you why it changes things. It changes the way that they're able to do this. They have to give documents to the government at the same time, and we'll go through it. What's interesting, though, is that on another step removed, if the Israeli government is working with American groups, or let's just say set those groups up using intermediaries and then work through them. Now, it's not as easy to see, but let's be clear, it's the same point. So whether we're talking about AIPAC, for example, which is an Israeli group that's simply set up in the United States, or as we'll go through, groups that they set up through U.S. intermediaries and then will prove to you directly act in the interest of Israeli government or in the interest of Israel. Either way, that is a direct violation. And of course, as an American, you should care. As always, if you're hearing this and you're like, well, I don't know, is an Israel ally? Take a step back and just pretend it's China or Russia, whatever outrages you more, and then realize that it shouldn't matter what government we're talking about. It's the reason you're more upset about one or the other is because you've been conditioned to think that one is more of a bad guy than the other. It shouldn't matter. Ultimately, foreign governments should not be able to have access to influencing the outcome of policy. That's why that act exists. Now, look, I'll happily point out that it matters what group or government might have more of a nefarious interest in manipulating you. My point in saying all that is that if you act like one doesn't matter and the other one does more, I argue that's more about being manipulated. Emails and legal memos originating from a hack of the Israeli Justice Ministry show that officials feared Israeli advocacy efforts in the U.S. could trigger the U.S. law governing foreign agents. Now, the point is that AIPAC, not too long ago, shifted, as we played that clip from even MSNBC. They shifted from kind of what general lobbying is, as I've talked about in the past, sort of, giving funds to campaigns in the long-term interest that they ultimately, because you arguably support what they generally have outlined as their objectives. Not that you're funding direct policy, and then if they don't do a certain thing, you yank that funding in real time. Now, even MSNBC broke down the fact that AIPAC has shifted, and it's the only one like it that exists, where you have a group that is aimed at specifically influencing for Israel and aimed at all parties. That's really crazy to me. And so what they're saying here is that they were aware that these invasive actions could possibly trigger people anywhere going, doesn't that seem like that's a problem? And this is why they started lobbying people in this country. So I want to point out, this is the most benign way. Right there, it shows you that they're aware of what they're doing. You could try to argue that they're aware people might misinterpret it that way, but either way, they knew that it could be a problem. So they started taking action to stop that. Along the path, there is nothing but examples like that of Israel trying to abuse the U.S. system for its benefit in ways that use U.S. politicians and policy to effectively hide that they are everything that we pretend we're pointing at other countries. And it says the documents show that officials propose creating a new American nonprofit in order to continue Israel's activities in the U.S. while avoiding scrutiny under the law. So to be clear, this is a document discussing Israel, not a U.S. group in the interest of Israel. Israel. Discussing creating an American nonprofit. That should terrify people. If it was China creating an American nonprofit to continue its activities without scrutiny of the law, people would lose their minds. Hopefully you're losing your mind about this because it's the same point. It says a legal strategy memo dated July 2018 noted that compliance with the FARA Act, or Foreign Agents Registration Act, would damage the reputation of several American groups, or read Israeli influenced American groups that receive funding and direction from Israel. Direction. Right there is the line that's crossed. If these groups are being given direction from a government outside of this country, then that would be somewhere where you would have to register, whether or not you were created in Israel or that you're run by Israeli entities. It's the same point. And they're saying that might damage our reputation if you point out the facts. Well, yeah, I would imagine it would. And it says, and force them to meet onerous transparency requirements. God forbid they should have to be transparent about what they're doing. Like, I mean, all of these things only sound correct. Like, if you read this from a lens that they're an ally and that this is insulting, I guess that's the only way this could make sense. But if you look at this objectively with nonpartisan lens, it's a foreign government trying to take actions to hide what it's doing, objecting to transparency, and saying that if you find out that we're working for Israel, well, that could make us look bad. It's like, yeah, I mean, you're making our case for us. And it says a separate memo noted that donors would not want to fund groups registered under FARA. Yes, exactly. And the whole point is they don't want you to know they're working on behalf of foreign government because that might affect their money and influence. And it says FARA requires people working on behalf of a foreign government to register as foreign agents with the U.S. Justice Department. In listing reasons for avoiding FARA, the memo, again, this is about Israel back and forth with the U.S. entities. The memo says that the law compels registrants to, quote, flag any piece of propaganda. Now, of course, that's in the sense of not necessarily a negative thing, but that's just a benign idea of trying to, putting out information that influences what people think. I tend to think it always is a negative connotation, but what they're saying is that if you're dealing with a foreign government, anything that they would be trying to float out there about what they view things as would have to be flagged, and that it is distributed to two or more parties in the United States. It has to be flagged with a disclaimer stating that it was delivered by a foreign agent, and then submit a copy of that to the U.S. Justice Department within 48 hours. So think about it. If everything Israel had to do was flagged with, well, this came from a foreign government, and they'd have to give copies to the U.S. Justice Department, personally, I argue the department is probably completely compromised. But either way, it's making a very public, splashy trail of what they need to do while calling themselves a foreign agent. I mean, however you look at this, the reason that destroys or they don't want it to happen is because they're a foreign agent and because this stops what they're trying to accomplish. And it says to prevent FARA registration and the stigma and scrutiny associated with it, the legal advisors, people from the United States who are advising a foreign government on how to circumvent this, that sounds like a crime to me, suggested channeling funds through a third-party American nonprofit. Now, see, there's couple of names are listed here. I don't know why this is not a bigger story for them. If I was a U.S. lawyer and I was being called out for, or at least identified as a lawyer who was advising a foreign hostile government, at least as I see it, or just a foreign government, however you want to look at it, how to circumvent a law that would identify them as a foreign agent, that sounds like a very serious crime to me, maybe treasonous, if you will. But to prevent that, they advise them to just, funnel money through a third car. So a crime, right? What would you call that? Is that not money? What would you call that? I'm blanking on a term for it. Basically, it's not. Give me a term. Give me the legal term for that in the chat. I can't think of it. So you're a criminal, and instead of opening a bank account, you funnel it through a third party, so you hide that money. There's a term for that. That's what they got advised to do by American lawyers. It's just wild. And it says Liat Glazer, who was then a legal advisor to Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs in 2018, writes that even though the nonprofit would not be formally managed from Israel, quote, we will have means of supervision and management. So here, even when they're trying to go, hey, let's start a third party, right? So we can channel that funds and influence through this American, in huge quotes, third party, they write in there, but we'll still have management influence. Yeah, obvious. How do you miss that this, again, these are leaked documents, but the point is, it shows you that their only objective is to make sure, even if they don't get credit, or they hope they don't get credit, that they can influence, supervise, and manage what this supposed American group is doing in the United States. Now, to be clear, this is not a new idea. We've talked about the Azov movement, or rather specifically before it was even called that, going back to Project Aerodynamic and the U.S. government, the CIA, and Ukraine. They took a Nazi criminal and gave him a company in the United States called Prolog Inc. There was one in the Ukraine. There was one in the United States. He was a literal Nazi war criminal they took from Poland. And they gave him a media company in the United States in that time. How do you make sense of that with the idea of fighting all of these things? There's so much more behind the scenes of all of this. So right now we're talking about the same thing. Israel setting up basically shell companies in this country to influence what we do. And where's that money go? What does that influence? Probably set up with money we give them. Now it goes on to say, for example, through grant making and, quote, informal condition mechanisms, including oral meetings and updates. It says the discussions around circumventing FARA focused on a, quote, PR commando unit formed by Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs in 2017 to improve Israel's image abroad. Yeah, does it sound like a typical military-style brute force image revival? I mean, improve your image. It's a PR commando unit. I mean, that sounds like brute force infiltration of like your opinion, right? Sending PR commando units just to improve Israel's image abroad. The group, a private-public partnership or public-private partnership, it's exactly what Whitney and I've talked about for a long time. This is how they're hiding what they're doing. Was originally known as a group called Kela Shlomo. So again, a group formed by Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs in 2017, a public-private partnership known originally as Kela Shlomo, which translates to Solomon's Sling, before being rebranded as what they now call Concert a year later. Interesting switch of the name, clearly meant to fall into the background, as well as Voices of Israel in 2022. It says its initial mission was to undermine the BDS movement, targeting Israel's boycotts, divestments, and sanctions. People in the United States protesting in interest of Palestine. Otherwise known as a foreign government trying to undermine the constitutional rights of Americans and having your government look the other way or literally facilitate that. That's what we're talking about. Direct tie right here back to the government. There's 1,000 of these. So if you haven't caught on to why this is so alarming yet, we're talking about a foreign government using PR commando units with the awareness of the U.S. government to circumvent your rights in this country, to scare you, to shout you down, to possibly kill people. These are not hypothetical things. That's what these groups have been shown to do. And we're talking about the idea of aimed at influencing opinion of Americans to influence American policy, foreign and domestic. It says, over the course of its history, the group has supported American nonprofits advocating for anti-BDS. So the question is, how many of these groups exist? How many of these different companies are set up to influence for Israel's policy, and are we call them American companies? How long has this been happening? And coordinated campaigns to push back against pro-Palestinian activities on U.S. campuses. We just saw that go crazy. All the lies, all the complete, assassination, personal, what's the term they use? I can't believe I'm blanking on everything today. The anti-PR, the assassination something campaigns, like making you look bad. I mean, that should bother everybody that's happening with the support of people like your Brian Mast and others, really all of our government, but the ones that are really outspoken about how they don't care about your constitutional rights if it hurts Israel. Now, it says earlier this year, The Guardian exclusively reported that Voices of Israel was, so again, this is the one that was originally Kela Shlomo, then Concert, now Voices of Israel in 2022, but then again, was rebooted shortly after what happened after Hamas's invasion of the Israel proper and then Israel's ongoing genocide. After that, they rebranded their name yet again. Why? Because they knew this would be another major push. Now, it's Amchai Chikli, the Likud Minister of Diaspora Affairs, who oversees the latest iteration of the project, informed the Knesset that the group was set to go on the offensive against American students protesting the war. Like, doesn't that send chills down your spine? Like, just again, for those out there who might not be able to see Israel as a problem, think about if that was China, literally saying that we have a group we set up a decade ago, and we called it pro-China whatever. Then we changed it to Concert. Then we changed it to Voices of China. Then we took a U.S. military, or rather government entity, put him in charge of that group, and literally publicly said that it was on the offensive against American protesting against China. Like, I don't know. It's like laughable how either side would lose their mind, and rightly so, because that's crazy. And would go, and there are huge conversations from Fox News and all the way around about how China has influenced what we're doing and they're threatening Americans. But God forbid we highlight the same thing about Israel, despite all the things we've seen already. Go on the offensive against you protesting what you believe in. And again, Amchai Chikli, a Likud minister. So remember, we played this game already just through this article where it's an American entity. And not this is the one they set up to circumvent the FARA Act for things like AIPAC. And now it's being led by a member of the Likud party because it's totally not influenced by Israel or an Israeli entity, right? Like the point is, post-October 7th, they lost. I mean, we can see the first week I wrote about this saying they've lost. It's over. Now, that doesn't mean they're stopping genocide, but it's clear that they've already lost. The cat is out of the bag. It is over. People see what they're doing. So my point is, the reason this went crazy and they literally just put somebody right in front, because they are desperate. Post-October 7th, they've lost control. So it's just funny that the same thing we've been saying before, it's totally not, gets led by a member of their own government. And it says the heightened concern over the FARA Act around 2018 was sparked in part by a series of enforcement actions against the Trump administration for unregistered lobbying for foreign interests. Now, we've already seen numerous examples. I'm blanking on his name off the top of my head. Oh, I can see his face. Bob Mendez, I think, with Egypt, right? I mean, it's not a unique scenario for members of governments to get paid by foreign governments to lean their way when it's necessary. Now, what the problem is that we've got these blinders on to Israel that does this with literally everybody. But of course, when you have this Egypt, we're like, it should be a problem in any regard, whether Egypt or China or Russia or Israel or anybody. But the point is that it's interesting to see how this kind of thing gets disregarded, like Russiagate. As we showed, even during Mueller's investigation, clearly exposed that it was really Israelgate. Their own investigation exposed that, and they just ignored it. Why? If the whole point was about highlighting Trump doing that, well, why would they go, well, guess what? We found Israel. He's influenced by Israel. But they all ignored that. Just like this would be disregarded because, oh, the left's going after Trump. Well, probably, but that's not what this is. We're talking about very clear examples of all of our government, not just Trump, not just Biden, working in the interest and being funded in some ways by foreign entities. I mean, for crying out loud, just because it's Miriam Adelson, let's not pretend like it's not obviously extension of Israel. $100 million. And he agreed to allow them to go forward with their openly, shockingly, obviously illegal settlements. Now it says the July 2018 Israel legal memo noted that, quote, in the past, FARA was applied to countries hostile to the United States, such as Russia, Pakistan. That's what it says there. And then this is Glazer, who's the person we're talking about here. Hold on, I think I skipped his name up here. Liat Glazer. Oh, I did talk about him. So the advisor, he's the one that was the advisor to Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs. He warned that the new atmosphere of enforcement, given the ties between Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump, could lead to a formal investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice. So all they're really saying is that there was somebody, and again, I've never argued that there weren't clear like someone like a Pelosi, for example, or Maxine Waters. I don't think they know anything. Like a Lindsey Graham, for example. These people, I don't really believe that they are truly aware of what's going on. I think they're just being used, pawns in this larger game. My point in saying that is that I think they genuinely have very petty hatred for each other. So that very clearly could lead to certain action. In this case, we're talking about the idea, but my point is if it ended up butting up against the reality of what Israel's doing, somebody there would stop that from being shown. Either way, we saw this point that how obvious it was that Netanyahu was influencing what Trump is doing, and it's not unique to Trump. Again, it's left and right. It's your government. That drew people making a bigger point, but then it got kind of derailed into Russiagate, which is exactly my point. And here's the document, by the way. It's in Hebrew, but you can save it, read through it yourself. And it says, in response, or actually, here we go. It says, it also notes potential downsides of creating such an American intermediary, like a group that they create as a third party to kind of fill the role and pretend like they're not the ones doing it. It says both weaker Israeli government control over any such group, that's what they're stating, and a mechanism that could be interpreted for what it was, for what it was, an attempt to sidestep FARA. So they're expressing concern that, well, this might actually lessen our influence over the thing, which is exactly why this should matter to people, but this wasn't supposed to be seen, you understand? Or the fact that it might be seen as them sidestepping FARA, which is exactly what it is. The documents reference concerns on the part of U.S. groups over triggering FARA enforcement, concerns that officials say hindered their ability to conduct advocacy for the United States. So all they're really saying is, we stopped us for advocating for U.S. It's not really, it's ultimately them controlling U.S. policy. And it says to avoid the potential public relations fallout, Glazer urged secrecy surrounding the Israeli government's hiring of Sandler Reef, the American law firm engaged to study the issue. Quote, exposing the name of the law firm could thwart the entire relationship, she cautioned. Too late now. And quote, as I understand it, was agreed with them that the engagement with Israel would not be revealed. Now, why would that be? What's so secret? I mean, if your argument is you're not breaking the law and you're doing everything on the up and up and it's just a misinterpretation, why wouldn't you then just go, well, yes, of course I'll help you. Of course we'll work with you to make sure that you're not. No, they wanted to hide the relationship with the law firm trying to lie to you is the way I would read that. But you can decide for yourself. And yet again, for those that might just be tuning in, we're talking specifically about political infiltration. Zionism infiltrating the policy of the United States, or specifically the Israeli government, but I see that being the Zionist influence. So I'm going to make a point about what happened to Whitney yesterday in the UK Times and how it's just so desperate to try to make everything about racism. Certainly does overlap in some cases, but the reality being is we're talking about them controlling this. They just can't, they only are able to hear one thing in that, even though we can explicitly describe and explain how that's not what we think. It's embarrassing to watch what the UK Times just did with her. We'll show you in a second how clearly she made a very, very, very clear point about the provable Jewish mafia that existed at the time. And it was only part of the mafia, she pointed out, and made a clear point that it was only one. And then they literally framed her as claiming Jews run the world. Like, just that's how reductive it is. Now, how embarrassing for them. But I don't think they care. Same with everything else. I think that we're watching these strings get pulled to the point of them being snapped. Like, that's how brazen and lazy this is because they're desperate. I'm talking about the Zionism trying to influence policy as well as your perception. It's what all of this is about right now. Then it goes on to say, Brigadier General Seema Vaknin-Gill, who was a former intelligence officer and former chief military censor for the Israeli Defense Forces, who was intimately involved with the creation of the original Kela Shlomo, later called Voices of Israel, later called, what was it? I already forgot what the last one was. Anyway, the point is an Israeli entity set up under the guise of being totally not an Israeli entity. And the beginning point was run by a person involved in the U.S. or rather Israeli government. Then in 2022, run by a literal public member of the Knesset. And it's the point they're making is this was originally set up by a former intelligence entity of Israel. Like, it's amazing how this U.S. entity seems to be completely run and organized and set up and driven by former and current Israeli entities. Funny how that works, but totally an American entity. And it says who copied on many of the emails and named in the key documents concerned how to avoid FARA. So they were continually tagging this person as they were talking about trying to avoid being called out for what they are. Vaknin-Gill is now currently a board member of the Kansas-based nonprofit, of course, Combat Anti-Semitism Movement. So what this needs to, so again, there's a point right there that needs to be made. So the main point is about AIPAC and other Israeli entities doing desperate things to try to avoid being seen for what they are, a foreign government entity influencing U.S. policy. So realizing that this Vaknin-Gill, a former intelligence IDF member who set up a previous company that we already just proved to you is Israel trying to reimagine and shell game what they're doing. But separately from that, this guy jumped off, started up a totally separate, unconnected American entity, Kansas-based, that's based around combating anti-Semitism. So how many companies like this are set up in this country by people who are clearly acting in the interest of a foreign government? Now, we'll get to a point that Thomas Massey made just recently about dual citizenship. And of course, there's all these people that are in other categories seem to be very good at what they do who just cannot wrap their mind around how it's not a secret. It's not a conspiracy theory. It is an open conversation that you're not allowed to discuss because you get called racist, like we're going to show you in a second, about literally anybody from any government becoming in this country and having dual citizenship and being in positions of power. Simple, period. End of story. The fact that there's so many from Israel should concern you. But the point is about how any government and the influence, and the point becomes if it comes down to a point where it doesn't have to be that they're acting nefariously all the time. I think that's more the point. but let's just say they act with good intentions. There will come a choice where they have to decide what side to lean into. Something that seems to better one side or the other, and the choice has to be made. If you're in a position of power, what choice will you make? Will it be in the interest of this citizenship or that citizenship? It's a very basic question. It's not racist. The point here is that when we see these kind of things, and you got people that are acting in this country as Americans who came from an Israeli intelligence or military background, Unit 8200 or otherwise, even started previous companies that we can prove are direct extensions of Israel, who break off and make a Kansas-based company as an American. Well, certainly could just be a coincidence, but I think it's obvious that you can see the overlap here. And the point that we're getting to is that this person is clearly part of this. So here's one example of a supposed Kansas-based nonprofit, totally not Israel-connected, about fighting anti-Semitism for Americans that is actually a complete extension of the Israeli agenda. The otherwise known as CAM, Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, was set up 1 year after the Ministry of Strategic Affairs, where Vagabond Gill was Director General, proposed its strategy to mitigate FARA, the risk of it, by setting up an American nonprofit funded by Concert. The point being is that this person is intricately tied in with the circumvention of what they really were, and tied in with the other companies that were undeniably Israeli. CAM has publicly disclosed that it is a partner of both Concert and, and Israel's Ministry of Diaspora Affairs. So right there, you have a group set up as a Kansas-based nonprofit where the person running this, or rather the company itself, has disclosed as a partner of Concert, which, remember, was originally, was it Kel Shlomo or whatever, an Israeli entity, as well as just blatantly Israel's Ministry of Diaspora Affairs. So yes, you could argue, but it's an American company that's reached out and made connections with Israel, or you could start being honest with yourself about how obvious this is. But the organization has, quote, refused, or it doesn't quote, but just refused requests from journalists to disclose its funders. Sounds like a total on the up and up American company that's trying to desperately avoid FARA registration and clearly works with Israel, that doesn't want to let you know what they do and who funds them, right? Nothing weird there. When reached for comment, CAM stated that it, quote, was not established by, nor is it influenced by, the Israeli government. Think about saying that with what we just read. And emphasize that CAM is a global interfaith coalition that unites over 850 partner organizations. Yeah, that's terrifying. Quote, if there was a deliberate effort by Israeli governmental officials to influence American policy and or public opinion on foreign affairs, noted Craig Holman, a lobbying expert with Public Citizen, quote, this would constitute a FARA violation, not just by the U.S. agent serving the Israeli government, but also by any person or nonprofit organization in the U.S. who is a knowing participant. So he basically just said what I said before. These are all violations, no matter how you spin this. The only reason it's not is because the FARA Act, more than anything I can see, very selectively applied. Glazer, the author of one of the FARA memos who helped organize several meetings around the issue, left the government in 2021 and joined Google, of course, as one of the company's lobbyists in Israel. So the guy that's literally trying to sell you on the other side of it left his government, worked for Google as an Israeli lobbyist. It's just, but you're a liar and racist person if you think there's any connection to Israel. Glazer did not respond to requests for comment through Google, of course. The documents showed that Kel Shlomo, or Concert, or Voice of America, or Voice of Israel, or at least connected to. So Kel Shlomo grants to, the document showed that they granted, how does that read? The document showed Kel Shlomo grants to several American advocacy groups, including Christian Zionist organizations, such as Christians United for Israel and the Israel Allies Foundation. See, that doesn't seem like it reads right. The document showed Kel Shlomo grants to several American advocacy groups, so just grants to them. So I guess maybe gives them money. Either way, the point is, shows you direct connections with other Zionist groups, Christian included. Don't forget, there are more Christian Zionists today than there are Jewish Zionists, which is the whole point of when you say that we're talking about Zionists and they make it about Jewish people, you can clearly prove that they're misrepresenting what you think. And it says in 2018, and then it says the latter, so they've granted all the money to these other Israel and Zionist groups. Then it says the latter, Israel Allies Foundation, was involved in helping to pass anti-BDS state laws, which are unconstitutional. at their core, no matter what you say about it, it is unconstitutional to make it a law to say you're not allowed to boycott X, Y, and Z, period. And it says that they help pass these laws, making that the case, penalizing Americans from engaging in certain forms of boycotting, targeting specifically the Israeli government. In 2018, Israel's Ministry of Strategic Affairs also approved a $445,000 grant to the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy, or ISGAP, which totaled about 80% of the organization's reported annual budget. I mean, it's just like, let me finish this point. Then I'll make this point because this is important. The nonprofit initially disputed the precise amount, but then conceded Israeli government support when reached by the Forward, which is the Forward is the outlet, the platform. FARA includes an exemption for academic projects that do not entail political activity. So the point is, if we're talking about a $500,000 grant to a group that is studying anti-Semitism that comes directly from the Israeli government, the claim is that, well, it's academic, so we don't have to register for that. But here's how this works. If they're funding academic papers, academic in direction, and then those academic statements, direction, or perceptions are then used to flavor people coming through their schools, people going through their think tanks, and then that creates policy or creates, papers, scientific studies, or whatever else that then clearly are used to drive. I mean, you can see how this works. So whether it's a loophole or not, if that was the only thing happening, you could argue it was just about research. But then you've got the companies they're setting up, you've got the direct, obvious influence, you've got the lobbying groups, and you've got the academic influence. It's obvious what's happening. Now, it says last year, Vaknin Gil, the Israeli intelligence officer involved in the formation of Kelah Shlomo or Concert and the discussions about avoiding FARA registration, joined that very group as its managing director. So you can see how this comes back around. So just because you want to say there's some kind of a loophole for academic stuff, the point is you can prove that I just go too far. Where was it? Here we go. That this academic group, the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism, not only got money directly from the Israeli government, you now have an Israeli intelligence officer working as its managing director. Like, if you're not alarmed with how these pieces are being set up, I mean, it just, I don't think anything will alarm you. I mean, you'd probably be okay with an Israeli government member becoming president of this country. Like, it's so clear the infiltration that's happening. And it should matter. It should matter no matter what government or what religion they claim they are. It's obvious why this is concerning. Now, it says the ISGAP, the group we just discussed, the Institute, has expanded its advocacy role in recent months. Surprise, surprise. The group took credit for influencing the contentious December 2023 congressional hearing with elite college presidents, which preceded Harvard University president, her resignation. So right there's the point. Just because you pretend it's academic, they marshaled this academic group to literally drive congressional outcomes. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And on top of that, and look, I've made it clear, I don't support the vast majority of what these college liberal entities do. But if you think for 1 second, that means that you can ignore how obvious Israel pushed lies to get these people pushed out of their positions, whether or not you think they should be there. Those two things can exist at the same time. You can argue that they're bad educators for pushing woke policies, but also recognize that they were attacked based on lies, blatant and provable lies about what they were allowing to happen. Now that the whole thing has come around during those Palestinian protests, they were the ones claiming that they were allowing racism. That's what that was all based on. Stefanik with her hand shaking as she lied directly to these people and got called out for it as this went forward, but still some of them resigned. Whether you think it's good or not, it was based on a lie for this. The point is that was driven predominantly by the group that Israel's government funds and a former, or rather Israeli intelligence officer is leading as a managing director. Those strings are undeniable. And it says that they, in recent months, they've met with congressional leaders regularly as the group has urged investigations of these pro-Palestinian protests. So you see the academic loophole is a complete mirage. Now, it says in another email about the issue sent in December 2019, Glazer emphasized the need to find a solution that would alleviate FARA-related concerns on the part of American groups, or read Israel groups in the United States, and we have to find a way to get around this, which is what all of this is about. It's well done here. Now, I'm going to include both this document as well as the conversation we had with Corey Hughes, on July 1st, 2024. This is a very public talking point, but I hope it's important you see it in the bigger context, and make sure you watch this because it's a great interview about, the question is, was Israel behind the assassination of JFK? I think it's obvious, but the point is you can decide for yourself, and it's obvious that you can see that he was just about to make Israel register under the FARA Act, as well as the fact that they were going after exposing the Dimona nuclear plant in Israel, because Israel has always, and based on stealing U.S. technology, has been making nuclear weapons. You can decide if you could, it could be the CIA, it could be a number of things, but the point is that was a huge part of this conversation. He was going to make them register under the FARA, AIPAC specifically. Now, this is also on Jerusalem Post talking about this. Leaked documents reveal Israel's strategy to avoid U.S. foreign lobbying law. This is from the day after. That's why I went with their Substack first. The point, though, is this is very public, very real. There's no denying this. Now, this is going to be ignored by the very people who are benefiting from it, your government. But it's important that we highlight this, that we push for this, and, drive the thing I always talk about, whether it's based in or rooted in genuine desire for change or opportunism. The point is there will be a politician that will have enough push and power and clout to go, we should push this out. We should call this out. Or, look, I don't know what you think about Thomas Massie. I'd like to believe that he is one of the only honest people out there, but I have a really hard time believing that's even possible. I know I'm jaded when it comes to politics, but I'm willing to hope for that. I will not dismiss the possibility. My point in saying that is he's one that does seem to be standing up, saying dual citizens are a problem, saying we have to talk about these things. My point in saying that is whether you think it's just him recognizing an opportunity to gain following, which I don't think he needs, or it's just him deciding to be honest. It's for you to decide. My point is more people will come in line. More politicians will go, wow, look at all the support he's gotten there. And it's usually politicians that might have a momentum going, but aren't the leading one, that use that to jump ahead. And if we, as people watching the process, lean into that, I don't even necessarily mean voting. I just mean your support online, rising them to the top of the conversation so their voice makes more impact. We are already doing that, and we can change the conversation. Like, look at Jill Stein, for example. I'd like to believe that she genuinely is wanting to make positive change, but I've seen the way she's acted in past elections. I just don't know how we could possibly believe that. But she does seem to be continually ringing that bell and calling out Zionism and Israel and all of it. So good. I'll lean into that, but I just don't believe, and I don't think your vote. My points about the election, but this is important to see that it is being reported around the world, and it's very obvious. Now, all of this, before we go on to the next point here, is to make sure we're not missing how important it is to recognize that they are on the record influencing policy through AIPAC, through academic funding, through setting up shell companies, as Whitney's talked about for a very long time, the Silicon Valley tech startups. This is a long-term, and it's written down. It's a direct, you could see the policy of how this is supposed to affect the world's the tech sphere, or specifically policy in foreign countries to interest Israel. They barely hide it. So it needs to be seen, especially coming into this election, and why that's so concerning. It's the thing that I'm talking about that we need to officially, to change. We need to highlight this so we don't continue to go through this hamster wheel. Now, the point of all this is it's not just in one direction, right? Here's Netanyahu. It's in Hebrew, but he's basically, it's a minute 40. I can just read what it says here. Israel's preparing for any threat, defensively and offensively, except that no matter what, they call it defense, just so that's clear. We are determined to defend ourselves and exact a very high price from any enemy who dares to attack us, from any arena whatsoever. My point in showing that is this is what's happening. If he decides that you, American protester, are his enemy, he'll go after you. And this is not my opinion. They've made this clear. They've said this in the Knesset countless times, or I think at least twice that I can prove, but I've seen it many times, that they can legislate anywhere in the world. It's not a conspiracy theory. They've publicly made this point, that we are not bound by international law. Your government just doesn't want to make this clear, but they've said it publicly. And so they very clearly think that if you're a problem, they can do what they when. They literally just assassinated people in Tehran without any concern. They literally assassinated people in Lebanon. We've seen them steal and take surreptitious actions, spy internally in the White House in the United States. Classic examples over the years. I'll show you a clip at the end of this segment about USS Liberty. But the idea that they don't care about these lines, and your government has only facilitated that for a long time now. So remembering about AIPAC, The point that I recently showed you. So whether we're talking about other shell company setup or the direct lobbying, I just wanted to make sure this point was clear. So under the Wikipedia page, which I get this feeling might change soon, American Zionist Council. I just have it highlighted here from before. The American Zionist Council was an Israeli lobby group founded in 1949. All right, so it's an Israeli group. That's undeniable. Not this game they play where it's an American group of Jews that just advocate for Israel in general, but are American fighting for American outcome. That's not what AIPAC is. An Israeli lobbying group founded in 1949, that's the American Zionist Council. It was founded as a tax-exempt umbrella organization of American Jewish groups, which focused on Israel and included a Zionist Organization of America. Its Washington representative, Isaiah Keenan. Keenan organized the Incorporated American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs, AZCPA, in 1951. Now, following its independence, AZCPA began involving American Jewish organizations not formally committed to Zionism in order to increase its credibility and separate itself from AZC's role as a middleman for the Israeli government. The exact opposite of what they say that AIPAC is. And then it says AZCPA was then renamed to AIPAC in 1959. So to avoid being seen as the middleman for the Israeli government. Now that for people who are paying attention, that's like, is that even disputed? Well, yes, it really is. There are people out there that are genuinely arguing AIPAC is an American entity that is not influenced by Israel. That's what we just went over. They're desperately trying to keep it from being registered and taking action to sidestep it because it's obvious that's what they are. It just couldn't be more clear. Here's AIPAC publicly saying, look, 97% of the ones we backed have won. All left and right and whatever else, because it's not about trying to initiate policy that they actually believe in. It's about control. And yet people just don't want to see it. And realize, I think it was in this clip, I'll show you, maybe right here. I'm not going to play this again because it's 5 minutes, but I played it many times. I think it's something like 74% of all politicians are taking money from AIPAC. I bet you the rest are taking money from other groups related to Israel, if you want my honest opinion. But this clip is very clear. Even on MSNBC, which doesn't mean I trust MSNBC. It's just, I think it's opportunism, but however you look at it, he's breaking down for you the fact that AIPAC has shifted, like we just discussed, into a very, very aggressive role that we've never seen before. And he's going over how it's one of the only PACs that are directed at all sides, not left or right, but everybody, and that they are explicitly acting in ways that should be registered under FARA. And just nobody seems to care about it. You can watch the clip for yourself. And here's AIPAC saying, being pro-Israel is good for policy and good politics. They're proud to have helped 111 Democrats to win the cycle so far. Every AIPAC-endorsed Democrat has advanced. Here, I love this. Is so funny to me because I think it's next. Yeah, right here. In this very many clips, by the way, Donald Trump, as I said here, very explicitly, and I'll play one of them for you, says that Israel should control Congress, and he's going to make sure that comes back into being the case. And he also says very clearly that if that was the case, that these people would have never got elected. I mean, it's like you just don't want to hear how obvious that is, those dismissing this. He just said explicitly that it wasn't about you voting. It's whether AIPAC wants them in power. And you're supposed to be okay with that because he's pointing at Democrats that you've decided are bad people? I mean, my God, that's really, really short-sighted. But the point here is Donald Trump says that they're all radicals, right? He, in multiple ways, not just the extreme parts, just generally discusses the left as the problem, which they all do right now. It's very binary left, very, very reductive. Left and right. It's all about the boogeyman of the other side. The point is that if they're all the ones that are rabid anti-Semites and all the Democrats supporting all of the bad guys, and that's what he was saying, and in front of a Zionist Israeli crowd all cheering him on, and then make sense of that by showing how AIPAC funds those same people. So is AIPAC, or Israel, is funding the ones that he just said are completely anti-Israel? Anybody want to make sense of that? Because that's not really the case. Very few of them are actually, when it comes to policy, anti-Israel. Even like people like AOC and the rest have voted in line with the rest, or just didn't vote, or voted present at times when it really came down to matter. But they'll speak a big game. It's all about what happens. The outcome is what truly matters. Now, I'll play just this one clip for you. I'm still blown away by this. Both this and the next one we'll get to. How people, if you want to get lost in a mire of stupidity, just look through these comments. And of course, as I joked about it, I forgot to put hashtag two-party illusion. So I spent half the day engaging with people that would go, oh, so you vote for Kamala, you moron. And it's like, the only way they can make sense of this is just to bend it into some partisan lens. No, they're all ridiculous. Both parties and people that blindly follow either are all ridiculous, in my opinion. But I'm still fighting to expose the truth to those people. I'm still trying to get them to see the reality. I'm still fighting for their rights. But people watch this. Every one of these clips, I said, here are clips from Trump's recent campaign trail event. Trump openly states that Israel used to control the U.S. Congress, and he says that it will again when he's president. He also makes it clear that your constitutional rights will not be honored if you criticize Israel. Each one of these clips explicitly state that. For some reason, people kept responding, going, it doesn't say that. And then one of them, I responded by posting this one, which has two examples that are verbatim. And they just, oh, I'm sorry. I'm glad you posted that. I didn't know it was true. That was in the one you said it wasn't in. So I don't know if they're just blindly listening to one of them or just pretend. I don't know. But in case you want to hear it again, here are two examples of Trump explicitly stating what I just said. And why that doesn't alarm, let's put it this way. The only reason that wouldn't alarm a Republican is if they're completely okay with that. Or alarm anybody, for that matter, left or right, is it's because they're okay with that.
No, the biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over Congress.
Rightfully over Congress.
You know, Israel was the most powerful lobby in the country 15 years ago. Today, between TLAV and AOC and all of these people, what they're doing, Israel, they don't have the backing that they once had.
You'll give it to them.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
And if you listen to on this one, on the one I just played, it's explicit that they had that power. They will again, rightly so. Or rather, the will again is more explicit in the other one too, but rightly so. That he expresses the idea that they should have control over Congress. And then at the end, he kind of rattles about the answer. But in the other two clips, he makes it very clear that they wouldn't have been elected and that we will make sure that's the case. I just want to make sure we're not missing how obvious that is, how alarming it is that we're in a position where what I see as the undeniable selection for the next president openly telling you that that's the reality that we should be okay with. Here's Miriam Adelson openly just outlining how Donald Trump did all the things he was paid to do for them, all of which were illegal. But the point is, the people blindly supporting it are convinced that it doesn't matter or just don't care. Now, here's what really worries me. This is actually something, at first I wasn't sure if this was him just kind of trolling or whatever, but it is very real. This was posted on some back and forth. Quote, I'm willing to serve. Elon Musk accepts Donald Trump's big cabinet role offer. Now, whether Trump actually does it or not is up for debate. It's simply saying, here's what it says. Former President Donald Trump on Monday said that he would consider appointing Tesla CEO Elon Musk to his cabinet if he wins. He says, quote, he's a very smart guy, which, honestly is debatable. There's a lot of discussion about why this is more of a grift, the way he presents himself, a lot of money behind what his actions are. But, there's plenty of things I've seen him say that seem to make him seem intelligent. But he says, I would certainly would if we do it. He's a brilliant guy. So one of his typical non-answers, right? Asked, he said, he's a very smart guy. I certainly would if he would do it. He's a brilliant guy. So it kind of a yes if he says yes. If it's the way Trump likes to answer. But it may mean yes. It may mean that we want you to think that for now for political reasons and propaganda. In any case, I honestly think is probably what's going to happen. Same with the RFK conversation. If you haven't seen that, that's been circulating the last couple of days. RFK campaign, quote, looking at joining forces with Trump, which, of course, that's what has been discussed as of yesterday, today. That all she said in this clip, which I think is in here, or it's right here, this clip of her, his VP speaking about how, well, we could keep pushing, aim for 5% to get the money and make a new party, or we could join forces with Trump. Maybe we should do that. That's where it comes from. And the point is that most of them are saying, well, they're looking at doing so. As far as I can tell, I don't see anything definitive, but as the typical Alex was right game, breaking update, RFK Jr. set to join the campaign is the way that gets reported. Very the people's voice of you, Alex, to just completely misrepresent what's actually happening. This is how the whole Alex Wright meme works. If it doesn't happen, well, they thought so. If it happens, he was right. He knew it inside secret sources. It's just a hedging your bet kind of a game. A lot of it happens like that. But the point is, I believe this is where it's going. And as I said, if both RFK and Elon end up in Trump's administration, I will be convinced that that was always the plan. Either way, we're pretty screwed with what it will create when the three most worshipped political figures today, think about it, merge their sycophant followers into one obsessive hero-worshipping blob. I mean, look, I'm not trying to hate on anybody that wants to believe that. I mean, look, I hope you guys are right, as always. The way you see these people, my God, if we could actually achieve that and they would actually be the people you want them to be from an honest lens, not be them for you and hate everyone on the left, but like a genuine leader that would make positive change. Well, God, of course we should want that. I just think it's shockingly naive that that's even, I mean, look at what they're doing. Look at who they are. The game is through a partisan lens. But imagine these three gigantic ideologues merge everything together. I mean, how in the world do you think we'll ever be able to fight that? That's terrifying to me. That's cult level. And it's just, I mean, I don't even, it really does worry me where this ultimately goes. And if we see them merge together, I mean, this might very well be the entire point of all this. Now, we just talked about this on the point we're starting with and why that matters. Elon Musk, Donald Trump, RFK Jr. are all blindly pro-Israel. Now, I know there are conservatives out there that want to believe in Donald Trump, but are not blinded enough to ignore what's going on. That you see the children being murdered as we're talking. You see the starvation. You see the ethnic cleansing ongoing. You see the blind ignorance around what we see of genocide happening in front of us every single day. The actions of what Israel has been doing, the infiltration of foreign governments, the manipulation of policy, the many, many, many atrocities, the many genocides before this that they've been involved with, Rwanda, Bosnia, the involvement with South Africa, apartheid. I mean, I know you see it. So my point is, if you can see how serious that is, we have to try to reach other people, at least call out the ones that you know are blindly ignoring it. So if we have those three, as well as Kamala and Biden, who are all across the board pro-Israel, doesn't that show you something? This last show we just went over how Israel uses the two-party illusion, like I just described, to divide, destabilize, and control U.S. policy. And on top of that, we just played the clip many, many times around about Bibi Netanyahu openly saying that, yeah, we don't worry about that and we can control the U.S. They're easy to manipulate. Paraphrasing. It's all on record. So my point is, don't let these ideologues at the top blind you into thinking you're supposed to be ignoring these things for high-fiving your team sport politics. They are guiding you into your demise. And this game of saying, like that somehow is in the interest of Kamala. Did you not hear me reference the first two? All of them, across the board, are in the interest of Israel. So if you're taking my arguments as don't vote for Donald Trump, you're not listening. It's not about that. And I've gotten into my discussion, of course, the argument of, well, what should we do instead? Well, that's for you to decide. You're a grown-up. But if you can acknowledge how clear this is not what you think it is and then just go through the motions anyway, then I don't think you care about change. I'm not saying I have all the solutions, but if we can all see the problem and yet that just pretend like the problem's not there until we have a solution, I don't think you want change. This binary back and forth it's exhausting. As we just showed the other day, Wall Street silver, making some overlapping reference to what something Kamala said and saying, I knew that sounded familiar, claiming it comes from some Nazi thing, which maybe does. But my point is just how exhausting this is. And I use that same Spider-Man meme of pointing at each other. And I said, this partisan dance just gets so tiresome. And I put Nazi symbols over both their heads. Like the idiocy of both sides calling each other Nazis, with neither side having any real basis to do so other than the fact that they're competing for Israel's support. I mean, or rather just, I don't know how else to frame that. It's shockingly obvious. And if you're actually leaning into the just blind allegation because you want that other side to lose, again, you're in this for reasons that have nothing to do with what you pretend you're fighting for. Caitlin just put this out. Politicians in dystopia land warn another candidate will cause dystopia. It's a great breakdown. Now, I'm in no way arguing we should be voting for one versus the other. I think that should be clear by now. But it's amazing that we can't see how that's what they're both projecting. It's like saying, like we already highlighted, we're going to have to break democracy to save democracy. And they're literally both presenting forms of that argument right now. So we're being engineered right now. If we can't see how that's leading us to a guaranteed position of destabilization, probably by design for what they're trying to accomplish, again, I don't know what else to show you. Aaron Mate says the same thing. In running against the other party, Democrats fearmonger about being rounded up in fascist prisons, and Republicans fearmonger about being placed in communist gulags. And meanwhile, both parties join hands to cage 2 million Palestinians in an actual death camp. Now, I get how this can drive people to feel whether it's cognitive dissonance or something else, to feel out of sorts, that you don't have a clear direction. But there are paths that we can take. I just don't want to start plugging in political solutions, because that will easily drive people away from recognizing the problem first. But there are plenty of directions that we could take post this. But until we can realize that the government, the U.S. government, whoever's influencing it, is not acting in your interest as Americans, I don't see how we're going to begin solving this problem. And the best way to not solve it is to double down, to lean into one side or the other, which maintains the hamster wheel and the same things we've always been doing. I mean, if we can't look back over the last 50 years and recognize that nothing has changed, not things that other than political wedge issues oscillating back and forth, nothing of substance. We've only continued to fall into the same traps, further away from constitutional rights or them honoring them. So the first step is to make sure we recognize that it's our government that's ignoring us for something else. And then first recognize, or secondarily, I guess, that we as a collective are the ones that should be deciding this future. Now, whether we want to go in the direction of some kind of other referendum around, like the idea of highlighting our right as Americans to alter or abolish our government as we see fit. Not through the Congress, but however you want to do this. My point is that we could have an entire 7-hour conversation about the different directions we could take politically or otherwise. My point over all of it is that the people screaming at the top about voting right or left in this next election are the ones that are desperate to keep the status quo in line, or just aren't able or capable of seeing that that's what it will do. Now, yes, I could be wrong, but it's making sense, and it's obvious to see how the destabilization two-party dynamic is all about pointing fingers at the other side, usually based on nothing. They're both doing the same things. They're both the woke left, right. They're both canceling you for different things. They're both censoring you on speech. They're both leaning into hate speech, different angles, different flavors. It's all the same thing. Now, we also talked about this from an outside perspective, foreign policy. On August 16th, weaponized migration and experimentation. Tools for subversion, division, and manufacturing consent. Happening in the UK as we speak. Running, causing all of these chaotic, I think it's actually tapered a little bit down, but the point is continuing to cause weaponized migration, which does, as always, weaponized migration can exist as a reality alongside the fact that that there are innocent people caught up in all of this, right? The idea that it gets turned into some kind of anti-immigration concept when you can see that it's being weaponized, it baffles me. Obviously, migration is weaponized for the purpose of the fact that whether it's malicious or not, a massive influx of people will cause destabilization. That's one reason why it's used. But on top of that, it is used to make you turn and hate yourselves, attack other human beings just because they're in this process, while in the reality, you're ignoring the strings of the governments that are using them to get you to do exactly that. Whether it's about racial tensions, whether it's about destabilization, whether it's about driving in policy around immigration, it's constant. These things are used to influence what you think. And then really stoking those petty, lowest common denominator hate and strife and all the things that drive you to be very small. Attacking people based on who they are and what they think and what they, where they came from, or deciding that if you have a certain skin color, therefore you're not the same, which, by the way, is everything Israel is right now, including Ethiopian Jews. And it's about Zionism, as always. But this is all influenced, and we can see the same thing in this country or the UK or anywhere else. It's obvious. And it's not just about the left driving this for votes or because they want to drive in woke policies. Like, it's very small. That is a fraction of what's really going on. And there is an element of this, but that is all one level of the same kind of driving thing. The next one we talk about is the election discussion. This one was on the 13th of August. The Israeli election interference and psychological operation industrial complex. This goes into Tal Hanon and the idea that this is a classic. This is a very important one to watch. This guy is there's Guardian, Haaretz, El País, I believe, and multiple platforms did like a 9-month investigation. and have video and everything. This is an Israeli asset. They prove this in the conversation, who is working to influence elections around the world. It's amazing how this is not a bigger story. I think we all know why, though, at this point. And he is on the record saying that out of 33 attempts to manipulate presidential level elections around the world, 27 were successful. And he mentions influencing U.S. policy. There's no discussion of which one and where and how, but I think it's obvious what we're talking about. And this is undeniable, guys. And there are people that are hiding this. They're leaning in with this. These people they're manufacturing tens of thousands of bots for bot farms, influencing Twitter as we speak. This is the weaponization. It is an industrial complex. It's all across the board. Now, coming up in the election, this is really how we have to start seeing this. As Liberty Uncensored post this. Oh, I forgot I was actually going to use this for the main. I'm going to use this for a show, I'm sure, coming up. How are you voting this year? Zionism or Zionism? Exactly agree with that. Now, Elon Musk points something out that I want to make a larger point about this in regard to how these two-party illusion tactics keep you from seeing the bigger picture. As I just was going to make this point, I'll make it again as we get into more of the medical freedom stuff in the next show, which I have lined up, about the idea of, the surface level point. As he made this point about the Trump and the whole game. There's good people on both sides in the way that they clearly misrepresent that. As he makes an explicit point to say, as I've always said, that they were the white nationalists, but then aside from that, there are good people on both sides, which is true. There were just honest people out there who wanted to protest. The idea that that's the point, is that people want to pretend that you're either lying about them or you're not. No, there's a whole group. In fact, I think the majority of people that can see and acknowledge that that's obviously a misrepresentation. They lied about what he said. And then also Trump's a war criminal and he's terrible. It's those things can exist. It's not that you're somehow a secret lefty because you can have the integrity enough to call something out for what it is, even if it undermines what you think that's the problem, is the paradigm makes people ignore the truth when it goes against their agenda. In this case, or at the point before, as he made it about Trump saying that, and I was going to show you that, his point was always look at the source material. And I said, well, yes, exactly, except that's not what you're actually doing. You're pointing at the surface level, pretending it's the source material. What I'm going to show you next is the source material. And he says again, this person Charlie Kirk, of course, says, Dear Joe, for the 1,000th time, the very fine people story you keep repeating is debunked, a lie, and a hoax, which I frankly think that's why it keeps getting told. I frankly think it's because it's a ridiculous story that's very... If you can't see by now that how everything seems to be driving you in Trump's direction, I don't think I can help you. But Snopes says, no, Trump did not call them very fine people. Even Snopes is helping Trump at this point. But it says, Elon Musk says, when Snopes knows it's a hoax. Okay? Remember, the point is source material, right? Look beyond... Well, this is the surface level. And I said, well, now let's discuss the group that was highlighted as leading the march at Charlottesville, which is what they're talking about, which was called the Rise Above movement. They are the U.S. arm of the Ukraine's Azov movement, a group, by the way, that our entirety of government, left and right, and the Israeli government all fund. Think about that. What you're discussing, Elon, that is the surface level BS distraction. That's what that is. The reality is that if you can recognize that both sides, or just your government, are funding the group that marched through there, also with Israel, to start off the whole white supremacy divide. Again, this was aimed at Trump, white supremacist. You're an anti-Semite. Remember all that? Now they're the ones chiefly supported by Israel. How we can't see how ridiculous and confusing and muddled that all is? It's because this is all nonsense. They were all funding the Azov movement, or rather the Rise Above movement, which was their U.S. arm, to create that division. And Trump stood up and said very basic things, and they misrepresent him. So you go, no, Trump, he's the hero being misrepresented. That's what I just can't stop seeing. Either way, acknowledge that what he's doing is keeping you fixated on the surface level conversation. Everything he does, these 1-word, 3-word responses are just like that, I think are designed to keep you fixated in the two-party system. That's what I think. But if you haven't seen this, by the way, in Newsweek, they break this down clearly, showing you that they went international. Germany has what's called the Third Path, which is that's Azov movement. That's Ukraine. Germany, part of it, or America's Rise Above movement, as well as Italy's Casa Pound. These are extensions of the Azov movement that's funded by Israel as well as the United States. And then the overall point there, I think I have it down here. Or maybe not. was that this was something that the U.S. government has been funding at least since 1948, called Operation Aerodynamic. And I'll include that for you if you want to check it out. Bottom line, though, is that this is the bigger picture. And this overlaps, by the way, with the conversation of what they're doing in Ukraine, the biolabs, and whatever else they're working on that ties into just about every other story. But make sure you look into this. The CIA's own document highlights that they did this. This is where it gets into the Mike Kola-Lebed, the Prologue company I just talked about. They've been doing this for a very long time. Israel's also funding them, and they're also creating the very binary two-party division that interests them at your expense, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're talking about. Now, Thomas Massie, just day before yesterday, brought up the conversation of dual citizens. And this is why this is so important, because we can literally see not just funding, not just shell companies and different outsourced public-private partnerships, but people who have been literally put into power by Israel. Now, it's amazing to me that I even say, that still, even as we're talking about this, even as Thomas Massie is making this point, that people will still try desperately to make this about racism. You're telling me that you'd be okay with this if it was China? If China was literally funding people who are Chinese Americans to be in positions of Congress, that you would be like, you racist, how dare you have a problem with that? I mean, we all know that's ridiculous. The very people that are screaming about how you're racist for making this point would lose their minds if it was China. That just shows you how, childish they are ultimately. Thomas Massie says dual citizens elected to United States Congress should renounce citizenship in all other countries. At minimum, they should disclose their citizenship in other countries and abstain from votes specifically benefiting those countries. Note, he does not say Israel. That's good for him, because the whole point is obviously centered around that. But the point is they would love to make that about you hating Jewish people, which is not even remotely what we're talking about. We're talking about an Israeli citizen. Why that has anything to do with Judaism is only because Zionism has taken advantage of that overlap, lied to you about it. You're an Israeli citizen. You are an Israeli. You're not a Jewish person because you're from Israel. I mean, the idea clearly is that, I've gone over this extensively for a long time. There's a growing movement of Jews around the world that are constantly calling out the fact that Israel does not represent Jews. The Star of David, these are all Zionist concepts that have been turned into exploiting Judaism. And the point here is that we can see that this conflation of these two things, right? We're talking about, the point is, if you're an American, that doesn't make you Christian. By saying you can't have an American citizenship doesn't mean you're against Christians. Same point here. As much as they want to conflate the two things, there are plenty of Jews that do not believe in Zionism or not believe in Israel. So pretending that they conflate is about you trying to make it only about Judaism. All he's saying is dual citizenship. So an Israeli citizenship and a U.S. citizenship. Are we all aware that there are people that live in Israel that aren't Jews? So isn't it insulting for you to just broadly assume? See my point? But no, it always works that way. But Jordan Sachtel, who seems very blinded by this conversation, did good work during COVID, says, I'm not aware of any dual citizens in Congress. I mean, really, man? Like, I feel like he's trying to kind of draw this out, but you realize this is a public reality, right? This is my point from before. It's not even hidden. There's like a Brian Mast, for example. It's not like they're hiding that. For crying out loud, the guy showed up in his IDF uniform. This is not a secret, but they want you to go this one and that one so they can try to make it about you, making it about Jews. That's what I would get from that, but I'm assuming. Thomas Massie says, sounds like you could be in favor of disclosure then. Yeah, right? There are very clearly dual citizens in this country that are in positions of power. So then wouldn't anybody logical be like, well, yeah, then we should definitely know about that, right? The only reason they're weird about this is because it ties back to Israel. And then he gives you some pages here, some articles to talk about this stuff. Ted Cruz renounces newly discovered Canadian citizenship, right? See, he's making a point here. Everybody wants to shoehorn this in or make all about Israel, but his point is, well, here's some other people. That's Canadian. So we're just making a point about dual citizenship. Doesn't that matter? Just he's exposing how he's doing well in this conversation. Then he follows up saying, what is your theory about who maintains secret dual citizenship? See, he's sniffing around the idea it's a conspiracy theory. Pretty lazy, Jordan, I got to admit. And the point is, Thomas says, I don't care which members of Congress hold additional citizenship in which countries. If it's to be allowed, we should all disclose our citizenship because conflicts of interest can arise. It's analogous to our stock disclosures and our donor disclosures, which is why Jordan then did not respond, because you didn't get it. You didn't goad him into making a statement that you thought he was secretly wink, wink, talking about Jews. That's what I think was happening there. It's my assumption. I'm only doing that in the context of having the conversation. I wouldn't blindly say he was doing that unless I knew it, but that's what I think is happening here. And on top of that, I think we can see it all over this conversation that everyone's in there. I'll show you the one next, where they're really trying to call him out for making it about Jews, except he's explicitly said the opposite. I'm almost blown away by how obvious this is. Like, for the good people out there that are objective, who may just yet to see that you're being misled, doesn't that stand out to you like a sore thumb? Yes, obviously we should care about this idea, but the fact that nobody wants to make it okay if you're talking about one, or even the idea of the conversation in general now is somehow taboo just because it exposes a problem for Israel. I find that to be shockingly crazy. Now, this person does the same thing. He tags it and says, who are these, quote, dual citizens in Congress? Thomas Massey, the people in your replies certainly think they know, you know what he's referencing, because there are no dual citizens. Yeah, there really are. I mean, it's not just exclude Israel from the conversation. There are other dual citizens that have nothing to do with Israel. But it's amazing how sensitive this is. And he says, there's no dual citizens who should in Congress I know of, unless, of course, you just mean Jews. Very subtle, bud. And he says, why not just say it if that's what you're getting at? But so you're saying if that's what you mean, but why don't you just say it if that's what, well, you haven't concluded he is saying that yet. It's just so shockingly clear. But this person says he's freaking right about this. He says, okay, if you think it's a big problem, name one. Oh, challenge accepted. Guess what? Ilhan Omar. And he goes, Elon, I don't know her citizenship status, but even so, that's one person. It's not got absolutely nothing to do with signing. Ah, okay. And I said, name one, not that one. How transparently dishonest you are. Like, my God, man, just let it, you shouldn't respond at that point. I don't even know. Okay. So if you're literally standing on this argument as if, what are these supposed dual citizens, you liar? And then you don't even know their citizenship status. So clearly these are people either that are coming from a dishonest place because they're defending Israel blindly, or who are only of the mind at this conversation, like, let's, for example, C.J. Hopkins and Occupied Congress, that you are unable to, break away from your perceptions and see that this is a valid discussion to be had. The idea that there are obviously dual citizens and we should be having it, but they can only see it through the lens of dual citizen means you hate Jews, so they're just incapable of standing back and seeing that. The C.J. Hopkins accused me of being a white nationalist for saying that our government is occupied. I'm not saying the Zog buzzword term as you would see it through some kind of racial concept, even though we're generally making a similar point. I'm simply saying if you can't see that our Congress is explicitly influenced by a foreign power, which you can call occupied, you can call influenced, then you're blinding yourself to it. But then to go as far as to call me a racist for pointing that out, you're also just wrong. I'm not. I don't think that. But you see, it's this, people get trapped in this. I'm not trying to remove them of accountability, but this is what propaganda does to people. So the point is that whether she has citizenship elsewhere, which is the point. I think it's, what was it? I forget. It's Somalia, I think, or something like that. The bottom line is that there are people that have outside of Israel. But all they can do is try to shoehorn this into one thing or the other that has nothing to do with the main point. Now ask yourself why that is such a weird conversation. Obviously, we should care. Obviously, they would care if it was China or Russia or anybody. So this is showing you the outlines of how clearly we're being manipulated. Now, here is a clip about an example of how this could, it's sort of, this point is sort of disjointed, but I wanted to play it here somewhere in the show today just to show you how important this is, how long this has been going on. So this is about the USS Liberty. And realizing that over the years, we have had people through AIPAC, through ADL spy groups, through different shell companies, put people in positions of power. We've watched it happen. AIPAC has literally funded people right into power who may not even necessarily see themselves as an asset of Israel, but are influenced enough because of that money, in an endless amount of examples, who in fact are. At the very least, have levers that can be pulled when Israel needs that to happen. So ask yourself, after all this time of people being put in these positions, why it only seems more indebted or controlled by by Israel in particular than before, even though more and more people are exposing these things. With things like this that go back as far as you can look. Bombing a U.S. military ship And then having enough power all the way back then to not only cover it up, but to get them to literally put out a fake story about what ultimately happened, knowing that there are Americans that were survived, that still to this very day tell you what you're about to hear. Now, what I love about this clip is that they don't even mention the word Israel. But if you watch this, if you look for, the point is that is what they're discussing. And everyone speaking this, you can find other conversations of them. The point is they put this out so it starts the conversation, that you watch this and go, wow. What, and that you barely scratch past what they're saying, and they're talking about Israel. It's well done. It's well done. This is what we're dealing with now, everywhere.
We really came.
Oh, and that's the other larger point. They're saying how close we came to something much bigger. This times 100 with what they're doing right now in the Middle East.
To a potential nuclear holocaust.
You know how much press the nuclear warheads got when they landed in Cuba?
The Stanford World Thermonuclear War.
Well, this was 1,000 times worse, but nobody knows about it.
Another victim was the United States naval vessel Liberty. She was mistaken for an Egyptian vessel, and Israeli ships and planes torpedoed and strafed her.
The story of the Liberty is not a whodunit, it's a whodunit.
The casualties were high, 34 American dead and 75 wounded. There were arguments later about how the error happened.
The reality of what happened is it was not a mistake, and they wanted to sink us, and what does that mean to this country?
Case closed, mistaken identity. We're very sorry. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Well, there's no question. It was a big cover-up from the top on down.
What did we do wrong? Why are we being labeled the bad guys and we can't talk about it?
For the next 40 plus years, I never said anything to anyone.
No. Never. I knew it would be the end of my career if I said anything. In the Naval Security Group, everything was secret. So just one additional secret you had to keep.
You just couldn't.
I mean, imagine this, if after all this time, if this is still suppressed, despite there being members of the U.S., like veterans that are walking around telling, you're looking at them, talking to anyone that will listen about how this was the reality, how they knew Israel did this and they were told to cover it up. And still to this day, that's called conspiracy theory in the mainstream circles. If you can't see the ability of the obvious outline of control right there, from a foreign government over not just our policy, over our media, over our discussion points, over what we're allowed to say. If you want to pretend that's only about Jewish people, you are blinding yourself to the real problem. Biden is literally a Christian Zionist. And if we can't recognize how that has gotten to be the case, I don't know what else I can do to show you.
Talk about it. It was such a secret, and with our lives threatened, and who knows if they were monitoring us or doing whatever.
You ever repeat one word about the USS Liberty and who did it to you, I'll guarantee I'll see you in Leavenworth or worse. You know what worse means?
When you're told by the President of the United States, Secretary of Defense, to keep your mouth shut, don't say anything, and that's a direct order.
Israel had America by the scruff of the neck. Such was the need to cover up what America had got up to during the Six-Day War.
His girlfriend from the Mossad told him that he could raise all kinds of money to continue the Vietnam War.
Oh, I guess I missed it. There was one mention of Israel right there. When I was first passing it, I thought it was kind of interesting that they didn't even mention the word Israel, but I guess I just missed the one. But very few, you can tell. Obviously, this is exactly what it's about. But right there, just as I stopped it, that's important to think about. Going back to Nixon. Literally, his girlfriend was a member of Mossad. Think about how long this has been going on.
He had been contacted by a man with a hoarse voice who said that he'd been a pilot that attacked at Liberty, and suddenly he disappears. There's no record. Can only suspect that it was as he feared. They deported him, they turned him over to the Israelis, took him back to Israel, court-martialed him secretly, and maybe have executed him.
The Liberty is a microcosm of this much bigger problem in the Middle East. And Americans need to know what happened. The story has to be told.
And so that we were under attack by unknown jet aircraft.
They say get over it. You don't get over something like this. It haunts you.
The men would bring the body pieces up to me, and I tried to put them together to make a body out of them.
I don't know what the hell happened, and I haven't taken time to find out. I know nothing about it.
What I'm about to tell you is for your ears only. You are not to tell anyone during my lifetime.
I'm surprised I can even talk about that.
They were sad. That type of horror, your body is not going to remember. Your brain's not going to record it.
I think we sacrificed a lot of people for no good reason.
Sacrificing liberty. Make sure you check it out.
Anything about the liberty, period.
That last clip is Robert McNamara, Secretary of Defense, while this was happening.
I am not saying anything about the liberty, period.
All right. But sacrificing liberty is what it's called. I recommend you check it out. So one thing I want to include before we go into some other conversation about Whitney and her being, attacked as an anti-Semite and go into more of the broader Israel genocide conversation. Robert Minotti's been posting these recently. This is August 19th. Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 19. Quote, everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. So the point is, obviously, from an international perspective, you have the right to express your thoughts. But what's interesting right in this moment is you've got the left and the right, from a U.S. perspective, actively telling you certain thoughts are not allowed. Both point at the other and say, problem. The reality is your government, in any way you look at it, is trying to use your words to keep you divided, but also justify stopping you from being able to access certain things, gain certain monetary returns, or be able to speak at all. And right now, how many times we can show you that a whole part of the right conversation right now is justifying censorship, shutting down a protest, canceling people from their job because they've got opinions about Israel or Donald Trump. Such shocking hypocrisy. But this is important to think about. It's not just the U.S., around the world, it's the same thing. Yes, you have a right to express your opinions, even if those opinions are racist. I have a right to say you're disgusting for having those opinions, but we both have that right. Without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media. The point is, right now, across the world, we can see this. So this is something, is a universal declaration of human rights that everyone's assigned onto, but yet they actively ignore these things because none of these governments truly care about, I don't think they take anything as sacred. Anything. Here's the actual declaration, if you'd like to look at it. We've referenced this in the past. Here's the other one he posted on the 8th. Article 10 of the Human Rights Act of 1998. Different act, by the way, but still a different point. So there's a lot of these that float around. This is about freedom of expression. Like, for instance, during COVID-19 timeframe, we referenced UNESCO, right? The documents about your rights in regard to medications and so on. They all these things are out there. They just simply don't care. Article 10 protects your right to hold your opinions and to express them freely without government interference. This includes the right to express your views aloud, for example, through public protest and demonstrations, or through public articles, booklets, leaflets, television, or radio broadcasting. But of course, they don't agree with that. They decide there are limitations to your speech, and Twitter is leading the way. Now think about this in the context of the larger point I'm always making about absolute free speech. I'm completely open to having a debate conversation about whether there should be limits. I don't think so. I disagree. And I'll stand by that. I have plenty of arguments for it, but I'm not the kind of person that's going to say you're somehow a shill or law because you have the other opinion. Even if you are, actually, I'll still happily converse about it as long as you don't act like a ridiculous person. The point is that being said, I'm open to the differences there and whether we should consider those changes. But for instance, fire in a theater, classic point we always use to mark the line where suddenly you're over. Well, again, I've always said, if we're actually going to believe in free speech, that would include that kind of statement. And people that decide to act rationally without information based on that would be their actions and their responsibility. Now, I understand the logic. I really do. And I get it. And if you want to have a conversation about why that should be the case, I'm open to it. I think there are logical arguments that could be made that I would even understand. I wouldn't necessarily agree with, I think, because I err on the side of absolute or just free speech. The problem is that the moment we started taking away your responsibility for your actions because of what they did, we started losing ourselves in this one point of the conversation. But the same examples exist in all of your rights, everywhere. Second Amendment. I mean, everywhere you look, there's been slow efforts to dismantle that sacred reality. Again, they don't give you your rights. They are inherent God-given rights that they're supposed to be honoring, and they're not. So my point would be that if you were to stand up and say, I think there's a fire in this theater, even if you're lying, that is your expressing your opinion or your view. That's what that is. Now, again, we should debate it. I'd be the first to say that standing up and screaming that in the theater would make you a terrible person. So you're trying to get people hurt, but I would protect your right to say what you think and so on. You see my point? But my line is better made in regard to just whether you're being censored for saying things they claim is hate speech, because that for sure we can all agree on. But the difference is now people on the party sides are starting to make their own weird lines, and they're not linear, guys. It's all over the place about this. Everything's except unless that one little circle around that. Oh, no, you can't say that. You can't talk about Israel, but everything else, Elon is saving free speech on Twitter, but you can't talk about Palestine. It's everywhere. So my point, as always, is to stand back from either of these binary games, the two-party sides, either of the sides, I guess, and just see this for what it really is, that there are efforts from any side to be able to restrict you in one way or another. And you shouldn't be okay with that, whatever side it's coming from. And then I'll include that Human Rights Act as well. So that point, obviously, is, here's Whitney Webb. Very, very, an important person in this conversation. She's obviously done amazing work that really cuts away at the base of the problem. And I think that's obviously why she gets attacked. And obviously why people all the way, I've often seen people make arguments about she gets invited on these larger shows. And yeah, sure. I mean, first of all, which I doubt anybody else out there would refuse. But nonetheless, my point has always been that her work is fantastic. Her work is absolutely groundbreaking, and it does break through in very sourced and provable ways. And so you get people that are new to the conversation that suddenly go, my God, look at this. It's not just some statement on a piece of paper. She's proving what she's saying. And so it draws in people like that. And usually I would argue, once it becomes such a prominent conversation, for the people that you may not think are genuine, they still want to use her momentum, right? So my point is that if your only argument is that she is somehow influencing, that means X, Y, and Z. I mean, I think it's an interest in trying to diminish something that not based on whether she's actually it's obvious to me that what she's doing is having an obvious positive effect, outstanding or outstaying, obviously changing the conversation for a lot of people. And I think that's what this is. So my point in saying that is she got invited on Neil Oliver's show, which I thought I pointed out plenty of good things he was doing during COVID and different monologues he had that I thought were good, but I haven't really been immersed in his work. But there's people that argue that somehow that he's, missing that or lying about this, whatever. You can decide for yourself. I've seen plenty of good things that come out of his show, but he invited her on. They had a really big talk about a lot of different things, which are very contentious. And as I'll read what Whitney said about it first, and everyone's losing their mind about it. She literally got called on this was on the front page of the UK Times, or just the Times, I guess. Neil Oliver video blocked by YouTube over anti-Semitism claims. And I think there was even one that mentioned her in the title, but either way, Whitney Webb is the prominent, she's the focal point of this. And so what's frustrating about this is that I think that people are so quick, whoever they are, by the way, to diminish the reality as anti-Semitic inside mainstream circles, because there are so many people in that circle, even with all the information that's come out today, that's always been there and been verifiable, but now it's been forced into the public conversation, that yet they're still so cowed along by the worry of what the rest of their clique will call them. I mean, in these inner circle, that's why for someone like me, for example, I'm not afraid to be canceled. Canceled from what? I'm already they're using the tools they have against me already. And I just mean as an establishment, as whether it's about Israel or anybody else. But I'm not worried about financial, because they're already boxed me out. I'm not worried about losing some mainstream job. So there's not really much they can do to cancel me by calling me anti-Semite, right? But there are people out there, I argue, Whitney's not one of them, but there are people out there that are certainly invested in the mainstream part of it, even if they're fighting on the outskirts, that are worried about getting canceled, as it were, from left or right. Because realize this is not just a left thing right now. This is, I would argue, more so the right coming after them for highlighting things about Israel right now. Same game about the left and right. But I think it's just so important to see how clearly this is about, it kind of demolishes those outlines. And really, it's about trying to bring down anybody who's trying to break through the bigger picture into some binary thing. And the point is, I don't think it's going to work here. But there are a lot of people that would read this and go, oh, okay, so we should ignore what she says because they said she was racist. And it still works to some degree, but it's been diminished. Here's what she said. The Times, and now other mainstream groups in the UK, are smearing her as, quote, anti-Semitic conspiracy theorist for discussing in an interview with Neil Oliver the very real and easy to prove, you look up the Operation Underworld and how it spurred an alliance between organized crime in the US and later Israeli intelligence that has persisted for decades. Oh, objectively easy to prove. It's reality. They have to twist her words to make it anti-Semitic. Obviously, I mean, to me, this just screams desperation. She says, this is what she wrote. As I clearly stated, it involved both the Italian mafia and the Jewish mob, a matter of record, by the way, easy to look up, and claimed that I said this group runs the world, which she did not, when I instead said they compose one influential faction of a global elite. Think of how lazy it is to turn that sentence into Jews run the world. Embarrassing for the Times, I agree. As she writes, I have a 1,000-page book with an insane number of footnotes proving my case that has yet to be proven wrong. You can read it for free. Here's the archive. She goes, I spoke at length about Leslie Wexner, Epstein's main patron, and a man who has clear mob ties and who is hugely influential in the Israeli lobby, AIPAC. There you go. He also proudly told New York Magazine in the 1980s that he believed he was spiritually possessed. She goes on to say, conflating Leslie Wexner and other organized crime-linked figures like the Bronfmans with all Jews implies that my criticism of them, organized crime ties plus corruption, are part of Jewish identity, plus that it is actually anti-Semitic. Right? So this is so embarrassing and hilarious. What they did was anti-Semitic. If you want to make it, it's not. Again, I'm not you. It's the misrepresentation of the term Semitic. I get it. I'm just saying in their conversation, what they're calling anti-Semitic is what they just did. Like, so what she's saying is the opposite. She's very clearly outlining the different overlaps and the different deviations and groups and Italian mob versus them. They're the ones trying to make that what she said into that they all run. So what, I guess inadvertently or maybe by design, and I actually think there's part of design here. This is what Zionism does. It creates the hatred against people. Really, it should be aimed at them, but they then misdirected towards Jews to justify their presence. There are plenty of Jews around the world that are calling that out right now. What she's saying is that by making it about specifically, or rather them claiming Wexner and the rest of them are what they claim are all Jews. I mean, they're literally making their argument. They're the ones doing what they're claiming she's doing. I mean, you got to laugh at how dumb that is. And she says, it is like conflating criticisms of the Rockefellers or Silicon Valley oligarchs as anti-American. Not being able to criticize these oligarchs breeds anti-Semitism. Exactly. And again, I think that is quite literally part of the design. But doing the very things that they, like in a very clumsy way, trying to protect a very clear lie. And so people then push right through it. And then they fall into this trap where they think that they're seeing the thing they're hiding. I can't stop seeing this right now. Like we've somehow digressed in this conversation where if they simply just go, don't do that. Whoa, that must be the thing. Or they're not the one. No, they must be the one. Like we can't be this simple. And it's more so on the right than anywhere right now. That Trump's the attack, so he's the guy. It's like, come on, guys. We can't think past that one very clear step. I mean, really. So my point is with Zionism, they're ultimately doing things like that, where they, that's blood libel. And then if you even look it up, it's like a very valid and obvious thing that you can prove. So then that people who don't look any further then assume that then it must be about the Jews. That must be what they're hiding. But it's not. It's a simple step like we just made clear. They're trying to make it seem as if by hiding that they hope you will assume that it must be the opposite. I mean, how long has this been going on? We must be able to think deeper than that. She writes, going forward, happy to debate anybody from the Times or anyone in the UK without smearing them. That'll never happen. Same with like Barnes and the rest of them. Love to lob these empty criticisms as Whitney and clearly protecting something. And then she'll come out and say, well, let's debate about it. Oh, we'll run away. Nobody wants to get into it. Oh, I don't have my time for you. Well, then why'd you make the argument? The point is that there are a lot of people that love to try to undermine her work. Very few, if none, as far as I can tell, any of them, including the one that has been saying it from the very beginning, who have ever been shown to be correct. And in fact, are very petty in the arguments they make. Matthew Sweet was one of the ones that shared this. This is what he actually said about this. The video violated YouTube community guidelines. First of all, don't you love how this is still used as some kind of a metric of whether it's good or not? You know, one of the platforms that censored under flimsy guidelines about things that we prove are correct, like myocarditis, or right now around Israel. But a lot of these mindless followers, they're told it's okay or not because YouTube said, right? I mean, are you 6 years old? You can't decide for yourself? YouTube dictates what you think is real or not? Yep, apparently. But it says they violated it. It claims a global oligarchy descended from the Jewish mob rules the world using false charges of anti-Semitism to protect it. That's what this guy reduced this down to. She didn't say that even remotely, as I just read to you what she actually said. And he puts Jewish mob in quotes. This guy is a child. If you can't do the basic due diligence to realize that's not a, in quotes, fallacy, it's a provable reality in history during Prohibition. But I guess you're just not allowed to say that, or he's knowingly misrepresenting it for other interests. He says, so yes, if you want anti-Semitic views from the Coast guy, then you have to go to Rumble. Sad. And of course, he works for BBC, which is like, I'm embarrassed for you. Now, this is an interesting overlap. Right now, we are inundated with manipulations, right? There are people in the media that are absolutely either not knowing they're being used or willfully lying to you, independent as well. But we have these examples of people that are going out and trying to deliberately misrepresent. And we keep seeing this through all of the protests. It's still happening. And it's usually when you see it, protests like this, where this woman who's already been found out and exposed for exactly the opposite of what she was pretending to be, goes out and stands there with these signs. I'm not going to say it out loud. Ford Fisher was there, but you can see for the show what that says. A ridiculous old broken sign that took her half a second, it seems to make, with some kind of white marker that says F, I'm just the worst slurs against black people, against Jewish people, Nazi symbols. It says on the side, fascism now. I mean, this is the kind of lazy stuff we get from people trying to, it's one of two things. This is either the laziest representation of what they want you to think the Palestinian protesters are doing. They're not. Or this is what they actually think. Like, this is a woman who believes this is what they are actually saying. Either way, I'm embarrassed for her. And the point is, one of her tweets is, she says, literally, not a Zionist, just a passionate Jew who won't take SHIT from anyone calling me a colonizer. But if you listen to what she says in this, here's Ian Miles Chong. Here's the actual tweet saying, who is she? This person responds by, and by the way, this is a disgusting person saying disgusting things that are anyone with a brain should be able to call out, unless you just genuinely think that black people and Jews should be called bad names, which again, doesn't matter what your stance is. I find that to be just objectively disgusting to make criticism or, blatant racist allegations against people just because of their skin color. That's not some kind of a lefty concept. That just makes you a gross person. The point here is that this person responds going, is this based? Which, by the way, just means like good or cool or whatever they use it as. I don't know what's going on right now. Ian Miles Chong literally responds by saying, she seems based. What? I'm convinced this guy is a complete influence machine that has nothing to do with the truth. But the point is, she's literally standing there with this that says all the worst racial slurs you could imagine. Fascism now, Nazi symbols. Like, she's trying to pretend this is what she's out there fighting for against the Israelis, right? She seems based. You guys can make of that what you will. But this person says, I thought she was a next level satirist, like satire, but I've just listened to her on a space. Somebody found her, invited her on this space. And it may not be performance art. She may actually believe it. Well, that is what they want you to think at the moment. But the point is, if you actually find her accounts, which you can find right now, this is what she said back in 2023. Goyim be mad because Israel is the most technologically advanced country in the world, and not that most modern developments were implemented or invented by Jews. Stay mad, inbred Anglo-Saxons. Okay, so clearly she's coming from a very supremacist mindset, but it has nothing to do with anything but pro-Israel. So here she is coming out, pretending to be somebody on the Palestinian side and acting like she's fighting for all these racist things, because can't you tell that's what they're all doing? I mean, is it really this simple? Are they really this bad at trying, or is it just this very lost human being who is influenced by the rest of that very bad stuff? I'm talking about the Israeli propaganda trying to frame people out there fighting for self-determination and independence. It's embarrassing. And here's a guy from the Palestinian side trying to speak to her about it, and it's just embarrassing. My point, though, is this is everywhere. And people are falling for this stuff, and this is the kind of two-party division we're dealing with. And really, it's not just about Israel, mind you, but this is the most obvious example. So for a more important point about this, what we just saw with that girl with the dumb sign, that is designed to divide. Excuse me. That is designed to muddy the waters. And so what I can't stop seeing right now, especially from the right with this conversation, using important things, is there are people out there that are designed, in my opinion, to hurt this, to take this conversation and drive it in a way, to talk in very similar ways that what we're talking about, but ultimately drive this into a direction that allows it to be dismissed, like we've talked about with a lot of these groups in the past, like Jones and the rest of them. So I'm not sure where to place Candace in all this. I think that what she's done in the last, I've seen a lot of stuff she put out that I think is good. I think it's talking about important things, but she's this kind of central role in this evolution of what we're discussing around Zionism right now, which I don't know why that's the case. Even by her own admission, she's only just started talking about this. So it's that to me, I'm very suspicious about that. Doesn't have to, she could be used in that same way. My point is there are people that have been breaking this down in a very objective academic way for a very long time. Look at somebody like Zachary Foster, has a PhD in Palestinian history. He's been talking about this for a very long time from Princeton, mind you. And yet these are the people that are driving this conversation. So in my mind, that's either because someone's trying to manipulate that through her without her knowing it. And that doesn't mean that she's doing bad work, or it could be that she is leading this. My point is not even about her. I just recognize how that's a weird dynamic there where she's suddenly sort of like driving this, but it's the fact that she invites Andrew Tate and his brother in this conversation, which it continually blows my mind that anybody gives these people the time of day, let alone influence, or that they have some kind of influence or intelligent take on anything other than just kind of grasping at platitudes and general understandings and then calling things the Matrix. It's embarrassing. I'm sure they'll come after me for making points like this. I've already done it before. Very vindictive. But at the end of the day, these people are deceivers. I mean, it's objective as far as I'm concerned, but you guys can decide for yourself. She says this, and this Dan is the one that kind of went viral for speaking with Patrick Bet David, and made some excellent points. It was really, and again, he's someone who's saying, I've just kind of gone through this and I've suddenly started seeing it and nobody's saying about it. So good for him for speaking about it. Now, I want to listen to a little bit of it. To me, it seems like Tate just kind of tried to take over from the very beginning. Either way, and I said before it started, by the way, was the Tates will only cheapen and ultimately destroy what you're trying to do here. How can you not see right through them? And again, if you want to get mired in stupidity, jump down through this conversation, or, most of them anyway. But David Icke had this to say, and then I'll read what Paulie said about it. And I'll also show you some of these clips from Milk Bar TV, who's done an amazing job exposing, without question, what the Tates are. Like, there's just no way. And actually, that's what David says, and I'll read his tweet here. He says, much of what Candace Owens says has validity. And I agree. Supported by researchable evidence. Agree. He says, what I find incomprehensible is why her go-to source on Zionism is professional bullshitter Andrew Tate. Now, to be fair, whatever you think about anything, that is rather strange. It is. Like, why Tate would be the one? Really? Like, he's not, even in his own conversations, he's not some expert on Zionism. He's an instigator. He's a guy who has stuck his finger in the middle of this and tries to pretend using a lot of things that seem like, I'm not going to get into it in depth, but I've already broken this down in the past. We make statements that are basically plucking out the kind of the zeitgeist. It's the same thing I talk about when I just say with Alex or Loom or the rest of them. They love to throw these things in there, kind of grabbing at what is generally the expectation or what might be the next thing to happen, or just the, coming after this as Jews are running the world and making these kind of taking the secondary, what's the best way to frame it? And this is what I didn't want to get. The point is that ultimately making statements that I can prove to you are not fleshed out with evidence, that are not backed by some kind of understanding, but rather just what they think you want to hear, the way you want to hear it, and then lean in with one kind of outside or the other. Or to call things the Matrix, which the Matrix is a really, what are we talking from? Did you, anyway. It's just like you're about 10 years too late in the conversation for using the word. The bottom line is that we're at a point where we're being misled by a lot of ideologues that are using what you want to hear against you. And I can't see a better example of that than people like this that are objectively disgusting, bad people. They're lying to Tucker and Candace and why they allowed them to have that stage to say things that we could immediately prove without question were false. They're on video saying the things they claim weren't true. It's crazy. So again, it's weird that this would be the one they go to. He goes on to say, I have watched endless Tate interviews to get a grasp on what he's about. And it's a really pinch me experience to see him deny in mainstream interviews what he admits in his own videos. As always, there's so much more to know about all of this in good time, I guess. Man, they gave him platforms and they just nodded. I mean, Tucker's interview with him was almost giddy, like giggling along with him and laughing. Like not an interview based on, and just letting him spill out all of his lies. Pauly says, I think they're putting Tate center stage on this because he is a lonesome character who will soon be all over the news for heinous crimes. Thus, Candace and everything she ever said will be discarded, including the truth she's speaking about Jewish power. Now, you could argue that Zionism, that's what her statement says. And to be clear, as I've always said, there is look, I'm not the one claiming to be about, like, the Jewish Power Party is the name of a literal party inside the Knesset of the Likud coalition. Or the fact that they write documents about Jewish supremacy, or that B'Tselem, the Israeli group, will call it Jewish supremacy, because there is this very clear element. My point is always that you could just as easily say Christian power, because there are just more even Christian Zionists, and I believe it's about Christian, or rather Zionism, and their influence through both. Now, I don't need to keep explaining that, but I think it's important for those that only catch certain parts of the show. So all she's saying is that what she's highlighting will then be tarnished by the reality of what these people are. Now, maybe that's the case. Maybe that she's being tricked into it. I mean, there's weird overlaps to her and history with Tate's and so on. But at the end of the day, maybe she's being forced into it. I don't know. But I completely agree with this. Here are some things to include. Oh, I forgot about this. Here's what Kim.com had to say about it. Andrew Tate does a space with Candace and Dan Bilzerian. I forgot, I don't know how to say his last name. The one from the Patrick Bet David show. Here's the account. It doesn't want to load. And he says, they did a space about Zionists destroying America. And days later, Tate gets raided and arrested. So, certainly could mean everything, right? Or it just could be timing. The idea that this guy was, I'll wait to read what Milk Bar TV says. The point is, guys, he's already about to be arrested. This has to do with 1,000 other things other than the space that he was on. Do you realize the mindless things he was saying are being discussed by people all over the internet right now? It says, Americans must understand, and this is what Kim says, that neither Russia, China, nor Iran are your enemies. I agree with that. Those who buy your politicians and control their media are. But by the way, that could be the Chinese government, that could be the Russian government, that could be the Iranian government. I just frankly think that it's by and large, obviously, Israel, or rather Zionists, wherever they reside. But at the end of the day, he frames this as, without saying it, that because Andrew Tate was arrested, that means it's because he talks about Zionism. It's certainly possible. I'm not going to pretend that I know otherwise, but I can prove to you that, as we'll show you here, this person was already, even as Pauly was saying, this is a guy who's about to be arrested. He is a sex trafficker, guys. This is not up for debate. This guy is a disgusting human being who is on the record talking about what he's done to women over the years. It really, I don't even want to get into it because it makes me sick. I have a very sensitive spot for this for a lot of reasons in my past around things that have been done to women that I know. And this kills me to watch somebody who is on the record talking about how he takes pleasure in watching women suffer or watching what he's done to them or exploiting them, and then get up there and get an audience with the largest platform like Tucker and Candace and get to act like he's being a persecuted hero. And then good people fall for it because it's easy it's easy to believe that you're being misled from the mainstream. It's the easiest thing in the world to believe right now. Milk Bar points this out. And this is from today. It's clear Andrew Tate's camp, he's talking about what we just discussed. It's clear Andrew Tate's camp BS narrative, I keep saying it wrong, Andrew Tate's camp's BS narrative for the new accusations is they're being persecuted for their reactions about Jews or recent comments. These new accusations have been investigated for over a year, the ones he's being arrested for. Here is a clip dating back to 2023. Okay, so what you're seeing now is he just like he's been doing the entire time since he became what he is co-opting what's going on for his benefit. I would be willing to bet that has nothing to do with anything he just said. This is about the fact that this person is already going to jail for other things, and they're trying to co-opt. I would be willing to argue this is more so about Zionism using him to hide what they're actually talking about, and channel it into hatred for Jews entirely, which is exactly what they want. But here's another clip. Yeah, I thought that was making sure I didn't. No, that's. Yeah, I'll include that actually. Here's just the search under Milk Bar TV specifically. He has a lot of work on this that goes back a long time, exposing what they are. Here's one. Andrew Tate is truly a monster. Let's hope we're finally seeing him getting the justice he deserves for the horrific things he's done to women and girls. Well, I'm going to do this real quick. I wasn't planning on playing these, but I think it's important. So you can listen to some of the stuff that he's on record saying. Again, I recommend you watch Milk Bar TV because he has, I mean, right when this was ongoing and like when he was being persecuted, when he was on Tucker, Milk Bar TV, rather specifically right after Candace's interview, he broke this down and did everything he said and then showed you the clip alongside of it. Him explicitly, repeatedly saying the opposite of what he said on those interviews. It really is incredible to me that anybody was snowed by this guy.
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I loved how much you hated it. Turned me on. Why am I like that? Why?
Whilst we were having sex, he put his hand on my throat and strangled me until I lost consciousness. But he was still having sex with me when I kind of came back around again.
I am one of the most dangerous men on this planet. Sometimes you forget exactly how lucky you were to get by me. Would you rather me pin you down and make you do things you didn't like, or would you rather you didn't like that I was thinking I can do whatever I want to you? That's what it is. I'm the smartest person on this planet.
And then the next day, one of the whites of my eyes had gone completely red, apparently.
Now, just for the record, you could take for what you will from this woman anonymously or the BBC who's representing it. I'm more what I'm showing you more so is what he has explicitly said himself, and the videos he's put out where he's made these comments and that he lies about, or the different things Milk Bar has exposed over the years. That's what I'm interested in. Right there, just what he said alone should show you this person is not what you think he is.
That's kind of common in domestic abuse cases where there's a lack of oxygen in your brain. So your blood vessels like start bursting to kind of try and get the oxygen there.
Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit? You didn't pass out.
But he kind of kept saying, I own you, you belong to me.
And by the way, these are tweets or back and forth messages from him that he's also pulling on the screen. For example, and I love raping you, it says, and watching you let me while still debating if it's a good idea or not.
Like threatening to kill me.
Chill the out. Jesus Christ. I thought you were cool.
Here's another
video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends. There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends. From 10 years ago.
Hey, stupid bitch. I didn't say the word listen. Did I say listen?
Hello everyone, I just wanted to say something about the video that's been released recently about me and my ex-boyfriend Andrew Tate. Andrew is my still great friend. What you guys saw on the video is just what we used to do. It was just pure game. He's a great guy. He would never hurt anyone.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends.
Just what happens, you don't listen. Look at the camera. Why are you getting hit? Why are you getting beaten? You don't listen. You. Do as I say.
There's a video from 10 years ago that showed me in a sexual act with one of my ex-girlfriends.
For the podcast, the whole point is not what the woman said, but the fact that you can prove based on what he's saying in her own statements and her own social media that she was 14 when that was happening, whether or not she was okay with it, which you can decide whether you think she was forced to say that or not. These are the people that you're supposed to be supporting, right?
If I said it was a game and she said it was a game, who are other people to then comment on our lives? It was between two consenting adults, and we decided to do something ourselves, and we both agreed it was fine. That's just kink shaming, which that's all it is.
No, she was 28 years old. The girl was 14. It's funny how the right has such a sensitive spot for that, and we all should. To the point to where you're going to get manipulated into doing things for the technocratic direction simply because they tell you it has to do with stopping pedophilia or stop. The point is that they're using that to manipulate the right. And yet here's an example of somebody who is literally acting in these ways, and yet people just ignore it because the right tells you to. Tucker, Candace, whatever else, they snow you with these directions. Now, look, these are the smallest. What we're talking about today, this is the smallest, least important thing. But what the point is to show you that these people are the ones that are being brought into this conversation and many other conversations to drive thought as some kind of thought leader. Like if you actually, as David Icke said, if you actually listen to this person, if an objective and intelligent person, if you listen to them speak, you will walk away going, how does anybody think this person even knows what they're talking about? It's mind-blowing to me, but they're ideologues. They've been driven into these positions and they're pretending to be thought leaders to drive very clear partisan agendas. He also adds this, a thread on Candace Owens' connection to Andrew Tate and her many lies she's told to protect him. That's what he's arguing. Candace Owens met her now husband, George Farmer, in December 2018 at the launch of Turning Point UK. 17 years later, they got engaged over Skype. George Farmer is the son of Lord Michael Farmer, former Conservative Party treasurer and member of the House of Lords. In early 2019, Candace was introduced to the farmer's friend, Andrew Tate, who Farmer has known for many, many, many years and before he was famous. And that's a quote. The night Candace met Tate, her Romanian assistant spent a lot of the time talking to him. Candace's assistant told Candace that that night she believed Andrew Tate was a pimp. Cut to 4 years later. And there's a video where you can listen to them talking about it. But ultimately, I think it speaks for itself. And if you really want to go farther back and watch his breakdown, it's like a 10-minute long thing. I mean, it's point for point, showing you him lying about what they're doing. I'm telling you, there are people that even just this show or even a comment about this will rabidly defend this person or to act like I'm somehow fighting for something else or for the left or for whatever else by saying these things, despite the fact that it's objectively provable. You can see that he's lying about these things. If you think that statements he made or what you just showed or somehow you're supposed to ignore, this is who he is. He is snowing everybody to get this influence, or rather something else is driving that behind him. I don't care. At the end of the day, I care about what this will hide from you. I care about what that conversation and the people who could have been in that 17 million person reaching conversation. I think that was the Trump interview. Anyway, the point is a million person reaching conversation about the truth of Zionism. Can you imagine what we could have accomplished if you had the right people in that conversation to objectively discuss this without Tate screaming over people about what he thinks that aren't really substance-based? I listened to some of it and it's hard to listen to. The truth is that we could have changed this conversation. We could have reached people with an objective and measured discussion about what really is going on. But now it gets removed. It gets tainted by people like that. Because this is huge. Stuff like this. If you haven't seen this already, this is Haaretz breaking down a major conversation, which should be everywhere, if it's not, though, that we've been telling you since the very beginning, because it's easily provable, which is that Israel is using human shields. This is Haaretz. This is recent. This is from 2024. Israeli Haaretz investigation. The IDF operates Palestinian citizens as human defenders to scan tunnels and buildings in Gaza. Undeniable. This is a reality. This is where we're at today, where we can prove from their own media that they are using Palestinians to investigate as human shields and just lying about it. Despite the fact that we've got, 7 or 8 examples thus far, tying people on the front of Jeeps. That one kind of went around the world, but yet we still pretend like it's not happening. It is the gaslighting like that that stops this from being seen. Matesim on the ground points out the Palestinian prisoner Mohammed Saad from Jabalia was used as a human shield. Now, yeah, it's his testimony. You can question it. You should. But the point is we have an endless amount of evidence around the world. Doctors that have come home that have talked about what they've seen. It's everywhere. They fixed a camera on his body. They pushed him into Palestinian homes. They used him for 45 days. They asked him to check a tank attacked by a Palestinian resistance, and then they shot him and left him there. He's released. This was on the 9th, released from the hospital. How many times did they see this? They probably thought they killed him. Look at where he was shot, in the chest. They used him as a human shield for 45 days. They shot him in the chest, left him on the ground. But this is what your governments are supporting. Mustafa Barghouti highlights another example of human shields. Al Jazeera TV shows Videos of the Israeli army using Palestinian civilians as human shields, including children, to explore tunnels, damaged buildings, and fighting areas. They're going off this investigation, but they back it up with different videos. So you can't hear the writing, but you can clearly watch them do this, and it's undeniable. I'm just jumping through it for the podcast time in general, but this was Al Jazeera did a big breakdown. There's one you've seen, I think. There's the one you've seen on the front of the truck, tied there. And remember, that Jeep was so hot that it melted his skin. That's the reality. Then this is after the fact, as after he was released. Cuds News Network also highlights the same conversation, and here's more. These are all different examples from since October 7th forward. Imagine being this complicit and this willfully ignorant. Whether you're Matt Miller, Patel, Blinken, Biden, Kamala, Trump, RFK, doesn't matter. None of them are going to tell you about this because they're all blindly supporting Israel. An investigation by the Israeli newspaper Haaretz reveals that Israeli occupation forces systematically use Palestinian detainees as human shields. It's part of their practice, including using Palestinians to clear tunnels and buildings. It was conducted with approval from senior military officers. That's important. This is not some random rogue person in the IDF. This is systematic, including Israeli Chief of Staff Herzi Halevi. You're going to hear Miller or Patel call them out? No, they're going to say, well, you could ask them about their conduct. We'll stress the strategic importance of their, whatever he says every single time, the moral and strategic imperative of lessening human civilians. Blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing every time. Even though we could prove it's happening and they don't care. Now, October 7th Fact Check broke this down in their own work and said this is true. It's good that Haaretz is reporting on this. Their own work break this down as true. And they also include their thread that goes over countless examples of this happening. All of these we've already shown you. Every one of them. Setting people walking in. I'm unreal. Now, before that, let me play this again, just since I haven't played it in a while. And just the very easy to prove breakdown with source material, which is included in the actual show I'll include after this. 2013, Palestinian children tortured, used as shields by Israel, per the United Nations. Reuters. Israeli soldiers who used Palestinian boy, a 9-year-old, as human shields avoid jail. Defense for Children International, an international human rights group. Israel forces use 5 Palestinian children as human shields. That's 2023. This is from 2017. Generally, human shields. Since the beginning of the occupation in 1967, Israeli security forces have repeatedly used Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as human shields. Israeli soldiers routinely use Palestinian civilians as human shields by forcing them to carry out life-threatening tasks. It was also following a high court petition against this practice, which was filed by human rights organizations around the world in May 2002, that the IDF issued a general order prohibiting the use of Palestinians as a means of human shield against gunfire or attacks by the Palestinian side. But then it goes on to say, following the order, the use of human shields dropped sharply. However, the army did not construe as a human shield the use of Palestinians, provided they consented. The army continued the widespread use of this practice, which they referred to as the neighbor procedure. Following another petition filed by human rights organizations, the High Court of Justice ruled that this practice, too, violated international humanitarian law and that this thus was illegal. And guess what they've never stopped doing? Here is the Institute for Middle East Understanding, the neighbor procedure, Israel's use of Palestinian human shields from 2012. Human Rights Watch. During military operations, Israeli soldiers routinely coerced Palestinian civilians, including children, to perform life-endangering acts that assisted military operations, the practice known as the neighbor procedure. Now, see this? On and on and on. Everything's like this. Every one of these conversations. There is decades of UN documents and human rights groups breakdown, but it's just been ignored because people were terrified to be called racist. Now, I'll include this show where we talk about it. There's one of the clear examples, too. The open secret of Israel's use of human shields. Broke this down countless times. Now, here is an exchange with Saeed Erekat. Now, I have a few of these, so I'm sorry to make you have to watch this idiot, but here he is trying to defend, I guess, or just sidestep, obfuscate, gaslight about everything that's going on. Now, the second half is about the human shields. The first part include as well.
You're saying that Israel's right to defend itself. We're talking about $20 billion on top of $3.5 billion last week or the week before. It's, paid for by American taxpayers. And that's larger than many countries, maybe 70% of all countries in the world. I don't know, I'm not an expert. To be used against defenseless people. Can't you tell the Israelis that they should not lower down the amount of damage, but they should not be bombing the places like Tabain School or UNRWA schools or hospitals and so on? Can you tell them that you must not use
in every engagement site, we stress the importance and the strategic and moral imperative our partners in Israel have to minimize impacts on civilians and
every single time. That's the one he says literally every time we stress the moral and strategic impact of lessening civilian deaths. Again, it's the kind of thing that I don't know how these people keep their cool in here. I mean, obviously, it's been 10 months. And there's not a person with a brain in the world that could argue that they're killing children. They're killing and starving and murdering and raping and pillaging. I mean, it's fucking crazy. And yet he can stand here after 10 months and say every time they're asked, well, we stress the moral and strategic imperative. Well, then they don't care, man. Maybe 11 months of them not listening to you will make you realize. Like, the point is, he knows that. They all know that. This is them showing you, proving to you that they don't care. That's what this is. Or at least that his superiors are telling you you're not supposed to care, that you need to dissuade them from looking, even though they know that we all see it. Just tell them something to stop them asking questions. We'll raise the issue. We'll talk. It's just so... I don't even know what there should be a specific word for what this is, where you can tell that they know they're lying. And yet we all just go through the dance. There should be a word created just for that. Let me know in the chat.
Minimize civilian casualties. That being said, Israel absolutely has every right to defend itself. It has every right to hold to account the terrorist actors of Hamas that undertook the horrific October 7th.
Right. And by saying that, what he means is, it's justified though. Right. So yeah, we raised the issue, but bad guys, so that's the only thing he does. And so it doesn't matter that they're using human shields or that they're raping prisoners or that you can prove that they killed 100 people for someone they weren't even sure was there. But, they got to go after terrorism. Right. I mean, really, that stems from this absurd reality that the United States government has been just doing the same thing everywhere in the world for decades now. So clearly they have an interest in maintaining the illusion that fighting terrorism means you can just break the law when you want to, as long as you scream freedom when you do it.
Terrorist attack. And Israel has also every right to defend itself from other malign actors.
Right. 11 months of defending yourself. That's what it's been. 11 months. We're still defending ourselves against October 7th, right? No, but they conflate this with missiles, or rather rockets or missiles being lobbed from Lebanon, even though Lebanon's illegally occupied, so they have right to armed resistance, or from Syria, even though Syria is occupied, so they have a right to legal armed resistance, or, on and on and on. But they love to make that case. The only reason any of this is happening is because of what they're doing in Palestine. So the game of saying you're defending yourself. Okay, what about Iran? You bomb into the Iranian capital. There's no evidence of Iran bombing you directly. You can claim from the tangential parties, but you can't claim Iran attacked Israel, right? At least not in the post-October 7th dynamic. So you bomb into the capital of Iran, and then they go, well, you can't fight back because that would be an instigation. So I guess defense only works when Israel's acting anywhere, ever. This is the kind of thing that's insulting to anyone's intelligence. Everyone everywhere can see that that's not consistent. They don't care.
In the region, whether it be Iran, whether it be Hezbollah or the Houthis or otherwise.
Does Israel have a right to use Palestinians as human shield, as was reported in Haaretz?
I forget what he says here, but I'm going to guess that it's, I haven't seen the exact report, and I'll have to wait for the backup, or that I'll let Israel investigate and we'll let them speak to it, even though they already did and they said it doesn't matter. Something like that.
Are you aware of that report?
I've seen that report. I've seen that report.
Comment on that report? Is there any way for you to confirm it?
I've seen that report, Said. They are these reports, they are disturbing, and we would urge Israel to immediately and transparently investigate.
Investigate themselves. Okay, choice number 2. I actually forgot, to be honest. So there you go. I mean, it's funny how, and I have seen it before. So my point, though, is that anyone you see watching new, I'm willing to bet you anything you can get one of these 4 choices, and every single time you'll get it somewhat right, because they don't have an answer to any of this. It's become lazy recycling of these same 4 different answers. Clearly, they are the ones doing it. Even their own media highlighted this. And there are, I mean, again, it goes back decades where you can prove this. So now it's coming out really mainstream. And your solution, your answer is to let the person doing it investigate. Realize the main point of the article was that it's systematic. They're being ordered from the chief of staff, the chief of, I think it was the chief of staff I read back there, or was the chief of, anyway, a military leader. And his answer is they should investigate whether they're doing that, whether the guy ordering it is doing it or not. That's just simply stupid.
These allegations and hold any potential perpetrators accountable. Israel has a responsibility to comply with its obligations under international humanitarian law, but I also just want to stress, Saeed, that they are just reports at this point, and that is why we would encourage Israel.
Right, so it's only reports until Israel tells us whether or not we're supposed to think they're real. There's no other way to read that. They need to investigate, and then we'll adhere to what they tell us, and they're only reports at this point. Reports from the leading Israeli newspaper that broke this down with multiple people and long-term investigation and, you know, the objective reality of the neighbor procedure, or that the UN has called it out, or Human Rights Watch has called it out, or Amnesty's called it out, or B'Tselem has called it out. But, you know, they're just reports. Just decades and decades of long-term observation, evidence, and, you know, just reports. You think he doesn't know that? Like, this is why they seem like they're so out of sorts, because this is crazy. I'd be willing to say unprecedented. They're always lying and gaslighting, obfuscating, always. But think about how crazy this is. What this shows you is what we were showing you to begin with today. Don't forget the part we started with. That's what this looks like. You might as well be able to see the strings attached to his shoulders. It's unreal how obvious that is. Now, this next part of this is really kind of continuing into the conversation of the overlap of the kind of international community discussion, but going into what they're actually failing to do and then actually doing in regard to the lie of the two-state solution, the lie of the supposed ceasefire, and then, you know, what they're actually doing around the genocide. So first, as I've said since the beginning, really since before October 7th, but really I've stressed this idea that, you know, like I've said it many times, that there's terrorism. People that commit violence just because they want to or for a political end, there are bad people out there. I've always argued that it's far worse to do those things, to murder children, to kill somebody because you want to or for political reasons, and then either lie about it and say, no, I didn't do that, or go as far as to say, no, it's a good thing. This is what we should be doing. I want praise for doing terrorism, but they don't say it like that. So my point is that is far worse than terrorism. Because terrorists are out there going, I killed him and they deserve to die because of my political belief. And that's disgusting. But the ones that go out there and do it and want you to praise them for being that because they're trying to manipulate you, there's something especially evil about that. And that's what we're discussing here. As I wrote, as I've long said, Israel's not just committing genocide, but they're asking for you to praise them for doing so. That's the whole new level of evil. And from the beginning of this, that's one of the things that really was so disconcerting. Maybe one of the reasons people woke up to this so fast, that not only were they saying, yes, genocide is, or rather, you know, not only they're just denying genocide, they are coming at this from the point of, no, this is justified. This is Israel defending themselves. This is what it looks like to fight terrorism. None of those are true. I mean, it's just objectively on its face. Everyone can see this at this point. They've lost control of this, but yet they still double down, triple down, keep pushing. There are the strings. Undeniable. So this video is of the outgoing, this guy, just this mongoloid of a man. This guy is just such a clumsy, unintelligent person that is on the way out of the UN and is just kind of stomping his feet in a really childish way on the way out. But this is what he says on the way out. It's embarrassing.
Though who knows, perhaps another session will be called because of more terrorist propaganda. I would like to leave you with this. I have been immensely proud to represent my country here. The most moral country in the world. The most moral country in the world. You listen, Palestinian representative.
Now, what's funny about that, there's not like some kind of rule, but there's kind of like, there's a very common decorum. It's almost like the third wall. Like you're not supposed, that's very unusual to directly be like, you Palestinian guy right there. Like, it's just this guy, these are people that are not, what I've said in the past is that what you're seeing, and it's the best way I can find to describe this, people that are in power that haven't really earned that power. through surreptitious action. Like every one of these people, you watch them stand up, and the radical ones in the Knesset and what else? They're just very childish. They're very small. I mean, like in the sense of like who they are as a person, lashing out in there, talking, literally like no decorum, saying that children deserve to be murdered. Oh, it's okay to rape everybody. Like these are some crazy people. And the way he's acting right here just shows a lack of decorum, and it's a very childish way to leave. I just think that shows you what these people have gained a lot of power when they don't deserve it. I think that's the best way to put it. But there's a lot of kind of different ways you could overlap that. But here he is, did you hear that? Like it's disjointing. It's like, you could make your statements without, to me, it shows a level of insecurity, right? That that you're being exposed. And I think that everyone can see that. And you're on your way out trying to make some big statement about how we're the right ones. It's like, I'm my ball, I'm going home. That's the sense I get from this.
Moral country in the world. You listen, Palestinian representative.
Right. And because, the most moral country in the world. Really? I mean, we just got done highlighting your debate over whether you should be able to rape prisoners, seemingly leaning into the majority saying yes. And we're going to pretend that that's the most moral? I mean, you could make a lot of other claims, but most moral is it's the thing we've been seeing from the beginning. It's like the screaming that you are the thing that's the opposite of, we're the most moral. Like it's like the reactive propaganda we keep seeing. This just seems to be how they've conducted. I don't know how they ever got this influence, but the point is, a negative thing will happen, and they're like fall over themselves to make some flimsy narrative that completely, and 3 days later, implodes because they didn't think it through, and it's all reactive. So it's the same kind of thing. But instead of going, no, we're not doing those bad things, you go all the way over the top and say, we're the most moral over all of you. It's like, well, don't you think that's going to mildly insult your allies too? It's just, this is, I can explain it well enough. That screams somebody that doesn't even understand what it's like to be in these positions.
In this warped place.
I think right there, the Palestinian leader was pointing out, I think that everybody, nobody here believes you.
I hope one day you will also see the bias and perversion of morality here and I pray that you will see the truth. The terrorist organization that this guy represents here and tyrannical regimes should be condemned, not protected.
Except the ones that they support and that they are specifically, right? Like, obviously, we don't want to condemn the Saudi Arabian conversation, or we don't want to condemn the groups that you're funding and working with, or the genocides that you've funded and allowed to happen over the years, not talking about the current one, right? We only want to go after the ones that we named those things and usually aren't even remotely that.
And that Israel should be praised.
See, but this is my point. Like, you could have said all that without going to that, right? Like, you can go as far as to say you're wrong about us, and I hope over time that it gets exposed that you've been lied to, or that we're not what you think we're. But to go as far as not just that you should know that we're being lied about, but that you should be praising us. That's my point. That is a child taking that too far. Praising you? I just think it's a strange thing to do, and I think it's a desperate move.
We are today the vanguard of civilization.
Wow.
We are the vanguard of civilization. But until then, Am Israel Chai. Thank you, Mr. President.
The vanguard of civilization? Seriously?
I am the representative of Israel.
Now, what you don't see there is as he gets up and leaves, he sort of like kicks his chair and leaves it in like a funny position. The other one has to correct it. It's just like, what a child. What an absolute, and this is what I keep seeing everywhere. So praise us. Praise us for our genocide. If you don't, you're racist. Now, here's what the Palestinian representative had to say. He said, if there are no consequences, they are not going to stop. They're not going to listen to you. To those who still have the audacity to call on Israel to investigate its own crimes as if the actions of its soldiers do not reflect the actual policies of its military and political leaders, which we just proved to you in one of many examples. It's a systematic effort. They're being ordered to use human shields, and they want them to investigate that. He goes, to those who dare to try and deter international courts from ensuring accountability instead of deterring the perpetrator, of atrocities, right? And that's the whole point. Instead of redirecting us to go after the people trying to go look into that, whatever you think their intentions are, as opposed to the actual people murdering children in front of us, he says, wake up. How long do you have to remain in denial? Wake up. Stop finding excuses. Stop imagining that you can reason with the Israeli government so it stops killing civilians by the thousands, imposing famine, torturing prisoners, colonizing and annexing our land, colonizing, all while you appeal to them, call on them, demand them to stop. You have to tell them to stop, and you have the tools to make them stop. It's what we need. Because it's clear that they don't want to stop this. Now, I've included this before. I just want to include it again so you can watch it. It's 15 minutes long. But as Glenn points out, one of the world's most noble and courageous groups is Doctors Without Borders. They send physicians around the world to crises, including wars. This is Dr. Javid Abdelmonium. I believe, I've probably mispronounced that, but just returned from Gaza. It's his 7th war. He explains why he's never seen anything like the barbarism and suffering there, which we've seen. I think I'll play that one again in a minute. The countless amounts of doctors who have come out and told you exactly what they're seeing, not Palestinian doctors from all places around the world, from London, from UK, what was the other one? Anyway, all around the world. And yet we still pretend like it's somehow not the reality. Now, here's the crazy thing. It's not, people aren't coming around going, here's why he's lying. He works for Palestine. He is Hamas. He's blind, politically advantageous. There's nothing. There's no arguments for why they're saying what they're saying. They just disregard them. And I'm talking like from corporate media, even mainstream alternative media, just blindly ignore what these doctors are showing you. Instead, here's what people look to, that want to anyway. I mean, I got to be honest. This has got to be one of the most embarrassing things I've seen in this entire conversation. First of all, I don't even know why Elon Levy is still pretending to be a part of this. I mean, I genuinely believe that people like this person or what's her name? There's a few of them that aren't like officially working for the Israeli government on paper, but actively, clearly part of this propaganda campaign. But think about this. This is posted August 13th, 2024. We're 10 months after the October 7th discussion. The video that they claim is like it's like a snuff film of like the disgusting things that we now know, a lot of which the IDF conducted. It's already been around. Actually, let me see if that still pops up. Yep, perfect. So this is Dilly Hassin talking about what Owen Jones said. Now, he's gained a lot of prominence in this conversation because comes from the inside mainstream who's been calling all this out. He was invited to watch this Israeli snuff film. It's propaganda. I mean, it's been exposed. Most of what they're even claiming this shows you has been proven to have been lies. But he watched it on November 28th. He talked about it. And he said that in that video, they claim showed all these things. It had no proof of beheaded babies, which we know by now. It has no proof of killing children, Hamas killing children, no proof of rape. Remember, there's only 2 children that apparently died that day, one of which was killed after the fact and one was shot. And I argue that was from IDF shooting. Either way, no beheaded babies, no burned babies, no babies in ovens, all these lies. And he says no proof of rape in the video they're talking about, as well as everywhere else. No proof of beheading baby humans alive. He came out and literally, listen to the video. It's only 20 minutes long, and he breaks it down. He says, I came out saying, well, where's all this proof they were talking about? And so he thought maybe he missed something. So he calls a U.S. journalist that was there. He calls a U.K. journalist that was there, both of which go, yeah, I didn't see any of that. Except the problem is other people came out going, it proves everything. And he was just being honest about it, as it seems to me. So the point is that here's Elon Levy. Oh, and the other point was that video, it's out there. It's all over the internet. People have posted this now. So they keep acting like there's some kind of new thing. It's the same thing they've been producing. If you end up looking at it, it's the same things, same clips, same redundant things, same lies. So 10 months later, Elon Levy comes out and says, Hamas's October 7th massacre was too sadistic for words, but I watched the footage. Again? What are you talking about? So after 10 months, you went back to watch it? You're disgusting. That's disgusting. And he goes, and I can try to describe it. Never forgive, never forget, never again. So 10 months later, he's putting out a video. I'm not making this up. I'll show it to you. That is a video of him watching the video because it's too sadistic for word. The video is public, man. It's out there. And other people are telling you that they've watched it. And it doesn't even remotely show what you're saying. This is a cheap and flimsy and lazy, if I might add, effort to act like this is still so problematic and watch my face react to the bad things. I don't even know how you think this is going to have an effect. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but watch how stupid this is. I can't show you the images, that have already been posted by everyone all over the internet, but I can describe what I see. That's what's it. As he's sitting there with his finger, going on, I'm thinking about this.
October 7th. We're starting with Hamas terrorists, their body cameras as they flood into Israel, shouting.
This is actually what it is. I mean, am I crazy? This has got to be the dumbest thing I've seen from this entire conversation. The whole thing is him looking at a screen. You're looking, and the film is on his face, and he's like, oh, and then they're coming out, and oh, no, bad thing. Oh, gross, and murder. I just this has got to be ridiculed. Not only because almost everything they claim they're proving in this video has been proven by Israeli media, admitted by IDF members, by people, Jewish Israelis that were there, to be false. Proving that Zaka and the rest of them blatantly lied. The UN investigation that they pretended proved everything later came out to say, no, we didn't prove anything. In fact, we've shown that most of what they said was false, or we didn't even blame, that we were just, it's unreal what they're doing. And this is the best he can do. This guy's standing here acting like him watching this is going to change your mind. Maybe it will for some people, but that is a desperate effort. So after everything we're going through, the best you're going to get is this completely ridiculous person giving you facial expressions about what he wants you to think is supposed to be everything. I mean, that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I mean, I guess if you're that desperate, right? I mean, you might as well try. Now here is an Israeli speaking about what we should be allowing now in Gaza. The reality of what they're actually thinking. Well, he wants you to think this video that is lie after lie after lie. We now know a lot of which was shot or killed or done by the IDF. They just don't want, or in the Hannibal Directive going forward and everything else we talked about. They want you to believe that's the atrocity and nothing else matters. All defense from this one day, despite most of it now being shown as lies. And this is what you need to understand. As Adam writes, the woman there is an enemy. The baby there is an enemy. And the first grader is an enemy. As he writes, peace was never an option with these demons. Now, I would not, the point is that you can use terms you want to describe people with. Frankly, anybody that thinks like this might as well be called a demon. It's absolutely horrific to have anybody that would pretend a baby is an enemy because what they might become. This is a disgusting and terrible person. It's the same kind of person that would rationalize rape because they're bad people. Now, this video is what a majority of Israel clearly thinks has been shown countless times over. But important to note, not everybody, not every Israeli, not every Jew. Clearly, a lot of people push back on this. But we have to understand how real this is. He says Hamas does not control Gaza, and it's not the enemy. Gaza contains Hamas. So Hamas is not the enemy here, he says. But Gaza is the enemy. So all he's doing is making it out to build just the entirety of the area, even though we can prove to you that they are the ones that made sure Hamas would be in power, right? He says, as soon as we alter the terminology, the understanding of the situation will also change. And the definition of the enemy will be different. That way, it is not important who you warn or who evacuates a neighborhood. So in other words, that's what they're doing, you understand? He's outlining what they're doing. Well, if we just say they're all terrorists, well, it doesn't matter if we warn. They want the Western world to think they're doing that. Even though we can prove to you every time this happens, they're bombing every location, where they are, where they're going, where they're going next. There are no safe locations, according to literally anybody other than Israeli and U.S. entities. And he's simply going, well, no neighborhood needs to be evacuated. We don't need to warn anybody, despite the fact that, yeah, though you already would, even if they were everyone there a Hamas member. That's the fact. That's international law. They've been breaking it from the very beginning. Just because you are a Hamas member does not mean you're acting in military capacity. This is the idea of them murdering them sleeping in their homes, as Robert's broken down, whether they're a foreign entity or not, or rather, whatever context, a U.S. war, or Israel war against Hamas. There's a structure to the way the law is supposed to work. Murdering their families or killing them when they're not conducting warfare against you, those are crimes. But it doesn't matter because they do what they want. They just use the law against their enemies. He says this is what is called flattening the area. Again, we've already heard them say this. Flatten the area. Turn it into a parking lot. He's telling you that's what those terms mean. Leveling the ground. That's one we've heard too. He says, you asked me what I would do. And the answer is simply leveling the ground and to kill the largest number possible. This is on an Israeli platform he's talking. Because the woman is an enemy. A baby is an enemy. The first grader is an enemy. And the pregnant woman is an enemy. Because we see it with our eyes. Why then can we not absorb Western values? Because they blur basic logic. So all these people screaming, we've got similar values. Clearly not. Or at the very least, clearly not with American, individuals. The government lies about what they really are. They're clearly in line with Israel. But the truth is that this is what they're actually all embodying. We watch them murdering children, or watching them traffic children, watching them kill. I mean, everything you could possibly list off. We've already watched this happen. We just went over Human Shield. We've talked about organ harvesting. These people are pure evil. Your governments are arming them. He says, because we see a boy carrying chocolate in his hand, yet this same boy will learn how to use a Kalashnikov. Well, by that logic, you could do this literally anywhere. It doesn't matter that he just wants to make it out to the case that every child will become a terrorist, because that's what that's what used to be kind of the tactic. The example I always use is Loomer interviewing with George Galloway, where he made her look like the fool that she is. She went on to make the argument, everyone's a terrorist. There are the baby born yesterday, that's a terrorist. That means you're a disgusting human being that can't grasp simple realities. Clearly, this is where it's stemming from. Where do you think that happens? These people are assets of the Israeli government, as far as I'm concerned, whether they know it or not. He's a terrorist, although he is a boy. I mean, I don't even need to explain this. If you think even if this person, let's just even put it this way. Let's say every child was later groomed to be that, it would still be a crime. If you think that's not the case, then you are a bad person. At the end of the day, we also know it's not true. The reality is undeniable that we can see why this is all happening. The bottom line is, let's not forget the group they're pointing to is the group that they put into power.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
And the former leader of Shin Bet goes on to say that they gave him $1.4 billion to do so. We'll play a couple more clips in a separate thing in a second. But just realizing that as they're literally trying to tell you that they're the reason that they're all the enemy, well, then you need to include the fact that Israel funded and put them into power. Now, Vedant Patel, on August 13th, writes, the United States government stands firmly against Israeli Minister of National Security Ben-Gvir's visit to the Temple Mount today. This is on the 13th, which demonstrated blatant disregard for the historic status quo with respect to the holy site. Oh, you mean the thing he does like every other weekend? Funny how you only suddenly now care about that. This is a desperate attempt to make it look like they care or are holding them accountable. I responded by saying, now do all the murder, rape, and starvation. Go. I said, this was a weak effort to appear as if you are critical of Israel. We see you. And this person responds with some disgusting meme AI graphic about Palestinians being shocked when they fight back. And I responded, which he didn't respond to because there is no argument here. I said, we know all you have is deflection and distraction since the world sees exactly what you are, but you could at least put some effort into it. This is just, the look you make when the country attacked is fighting back. And I said, I just want to play this clip. So we can play this one and bring this into a couple different points. Here is I think actually this might be a better one to play in a second. Move it over here. I'll come back to it. Either way, it's just one of the doctors. I want to play a couple of them, but I want to do it all right now. But the point here is, so here he is just going, we care about him walking into the mosque, which it is, not a synagogue. And they always burst in and make them all, it's just disgusting how they violate this all the time. But yeah, how about the rape and the starvation and the murder? What about all that? Well, let's talk about that. Since here, we just talked about the rape conversation. right? Where they're debating about whether, and clearly confirming that it is okay to rape prisoners. Here's a smaller example. Haaretz just broke down. Probe reopened into an Israeli lawmaker who allegedly helped squelch father's sexual assault case. It's not a secret, guys. There's a big problem there. And it's because of what's allowed. But here we have another example of him ordering investigations. Right, this was their ordering to be reopened, but using their power to stop an investigation around rape. Because that's what we're talking about. After Haaretz's report brought a light to light sexual abuse at this yeshiva, the police recommended charging an elder Tesler with rape and sexual abuse of his students. The case is now under review. But the point is, this powerful lawmaker got that removed. So he could make it about not caring about rape, which clearly seems to be a thing, or just using his power to get what he wants. Nothing new there. Make sure you understand who we're dealing with here. And what they're hiding from you, by the way, is this horrifying reality. Make sure you didn't miss the B'Tselem report called Welcome to Hell. Robert broke this down in a horrifying reality. Israel's horrifying mass rape and torture campaign against Palestinians. Important for you to read. Here's the B'Tselem report. So it's, I mean, if you want to stay up for the rest of your life and never sleep again, this is what you should read. Here's Amnesty International from 1991. Rape and sexual abuse, torture, and ill treatment of women in detention. Israel. Here is Wyatt Reed. I can't even watch this. I don't know why this bothers me more than just about anything, but this is what we're dealing with. So as we're talking about not just raping and murdering, and we're talking about Israelis, as the guy said that started the segment, killing all of them. They're all the enemy. What did Netanyahu and Glant and plenty of others say repeatedly? Like Amalek, a biblical reference to destroying, as he just said, leveling the ground. That's what this talks about. Not a stone on a stone, all these biblical prophecies and passages. Well, one of the things about Amalek is destroying not just the people, but all their animals, everything. This has been a chant. They have songs they're singing about Amalek. Now, I'm only going to play this once because I literally can't even stomach this anymore. This is a person filling out their window, and it is a donkey cart because they've taken everything. They've ripped up all the roads so they can't even move along if they have a car, with flour and food, and they just randomly shoot the donkey for no reason because they are disgusting people. And that's what he quotes. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, infant and nursing child, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Gosh, makes me sick. How animals are suffering for no reason. Now, the reality is this is across the entire area. I recently pointed this out, but I want to say it again. Mohammed Shihada points out this is a better graph, actually, more specific about how the intensity, but realizing that the overall picture, I think I probably have it still somewhere floating around, is it's just shocking. Showing you the amount of areas that have been bombed. I mean, it's easily 90% of the entire area. There's really no question. And there's no way an honest person can pretend that that is somehow in line with pinpoint targeting of only Hamas members or whatever other nonsense we're getting told. I'm not seeing it pop up, but you guys remember the report. Here's another picture of it. He says, Israel is setting the gold standard for urban warfare. That's what we keep getting told, right? Netanyahu. Shove this graph in the face of shameless genocide deniers. He says, by June, Israel had dropped over 70,000 tons of bombs on Gaza Strip, which we've said before, exceeding World War II bombings in Dresden, Hamburg, London, combined. Look at this graph. And they just keep bouncing them around like a pinball machine. And this is what this person actually says. This graph provides solid evidence in support of Netanyahu's thesis. Israel's achieved an amazing record of avoiding civilian casualties. I mean, it's probably just another bot in the whole field of bots on Twitter. Half the internet today, probably 90% of Twitter, as far as I could tell. Point, how do you possibly say that and be honest? They're either lying or they're just reflexively posting propaganda. Here is what's actually happened. As he writes, a vision of hell. Insane levels of destruction in northern Gaza. This isn't simply the result of Israel's fight against Hamas. It is punitive, medieval-style raid against populations of more than 2 million. How can any decent human being support this? Just look at that. There are so many videos like this, just completely destroyed. Everything. Now, I want to talk about the deals. I want to talk about the two-state solution and settlers. Now, this is very frustrating because of how long this has been going on. It's like people like Michael Rappaport here. It's such an insulting thing to even pretend like these people have a place in this conversation. They're just, I mean, somebody who has exposed themselves as being so blindly hypocritical, like even showing hypocrisy around things that he stood on in the past. Like, for example, by the way, he's a lefty out there screaming about bad Trump, and he's a complete anti-Trump person. And here he is talking about this guy. And he starts by saying, this dumb ape just turned down another ceasefire, which, by the way, is not even what happened. I mean, how many times do we have to go through this childish dynamic? Let's not forget that Michael Rappaport has already made it clear that he's blindly adherent to Israel narratives. He doesn't care. He's fighting for that because even if it's true, it doesn't matter, or false. But doesn't it seem like imagine if this was something about somebody else? He would freak out about racism, but of course it doesn't matter because you're allowed to be racist against Palestinians in this conversation. But this is just ongoing lies. So here he is speaking with CNN. The reality is the same, and we're going to go over this. It never ends. How many times we've gone over this? Robert's been writing about this for a while. Hamas agrees to ceasefire. Israel attacks Rafah in response. Israel once again refuses its own ceasefire deal after Hamas accepts. It is the same thing. What they're saying today? Blinken says Israel's okay the plan. Now Hamas has to do the same. But guess what? Every single platform the world around, even remotely mainstream or mainstream adjacent, has the identical same headline. Blinken says Israel accept. That has to stand out to you. But here's the point. Go back before August 2024. Well, guess what? Oh my God, look at all the times that's been said. Blinken urges Hamas to accept the one Israel accept. That's June 11th. Here's April 29th. Blinken urges Hamas to accept new Israel terms. Every single time it ends up the opposite. Every single time it turns out Israel has lied. Israel has put new things on the table. Hamas already accepted. They refused it after they did. Every time. But you realize how insulting it is to our intelligence that we just keep playing this game where they go, oh, look, they accept, they turn it down. Here we go again. It's nauseating. We'll come back to it. Here's what Jim was posting about him speaking with CNN. So this is the official Hamas representative, which again, let's remember, this was a group that was funded by Israel. It was put in position by Israel. That doesn't mean that everybody involved to this day, which is a long time since 2006, are what they were. But I don't think we should ignore that very alarming overlap and what that means in regard to, the way I simply put it is I'm pretty certain that the people in charge, that they keep in comfortable hotel rooms or palaces in Qatar, right? Right now, that's what's happening. The leaders are kept separate, and Israel said on the record at the beginning, we're not going to go after them. And the Qatar is literally part of the negotiations. Like, it's kind of dumb that we have to pretend that's not there. So you can decide for yourself. I don't think anybody knows for sure what level of influence, but I believe that there is influence. So keep that in mind. But here's what he's saying back and forth with CNN.
I am joined by Osama Hamdan. He is a senior member of Hamas. He joins me now from Doha in Qatar.
Oh, and don't forget, they literally just assassinated the leader who was leading the negotiations. So maybe that was in the interest of making sure this guy would be there. I don't know.
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Let me begin here. We're 10 months into this war. Gaza Health Ministry officials say that 40,000 Palestinians, the majority of them civilians, have been killed. On October 7th, Hamas killed hundreds of Israeli civilians. Does Hamas...
That's interesting. That's more accurate than I've seen any of them do. Hundreds of civilians. So you can have to take that out of the 1,200 number they keep floating, which is inaccurate no matter how you cut it. That ultimately he's saying either that means that IDF did, in fact, which we already know, by the way, kill a lot of those people, more the majority, or he's now including in that conversation that most of them, which they were not civilians. That's pretty crazy to me right there. I'm barely following along with what their narratives are at this point. At the end of the day, think about how much that's shifted. At the beginning, it was 1,200 civilians. No, most of them were killed, I think, by the IDF members, and most of them were not civilians. They were official settlers with official capacity and armed, or they were police, or they were military. That's the whole point of the armed resistance. So I find that interesting. Anyway, let's keep listening.
Today regret the October 7th terror attacks?
Well, it seems to me that you are giving the Israelis the right to kill the Palestinians when you ask if we feel regret for what Israel has done.
I mean, it's a good think about where you started. Do you regret the act? Like, so you're going to, I mean, you're not talking to Israel, so clearly you're talking to the person, but it's an interesting thing to frame it as. I mean, it really does have to start with the idea that what they did was wrong. Now, let's remember, regardless of what acts, and I'll add to it all the new information about who actually did what and the absolute level of, it's who knows at this point how many. I mean, I think we can't prove. It's certainly possible that some of the worst things, whether or not it was shot were done by the IDF members. We know that a lot of them were killed by them because they were ordered to, not just because of what they thought, but an actual order for Hannibal directive. It's been proven now. My point is, with all this muddied information, I don't think we really know. But on top of that, the idea is that regardless, my point is, like with the Bibas family or whatever else, we know that they committed crimes. Nobody can deny otherwise. They took people that were civilians and children. It's a crime. It's a war crime. It should be charged. Period. But then the point is, on top of that, the act in itself, before all that, as I've said many times, was, no matter what you think about it, just because your personal opinions doesn't change the facts, a legal act of armed resistance. Palestine is occupied by everyone with any standing in the conversation, which means they have a legal right, whether or not they were attacked, to fight the military occupation. So when they were civilians attacked, well, that would be a crime that should be dealt with. But the act itself is not then invalidated. So it's funny that they start there.
You have to understand that Israel has been killing the Palestinians for the last 76 years.
Yep.
And when the Palestinians react against the occupation, who failed the Palestinians, who failed Oslo Agreement, who continue undermining all the peace process and trying to take over all the Palestinian lands, talking in public about kicking out 2 million Palestinians from West Bank to East Jordan. All this is the right for Israel. And when the Palestinians react against the occupation, they have to regret what the Israelis are doing, killing them by thousands,
Mr.
as
Hamdan,
if the Palestinians were the
I have covered
those killing.
I've been coming to this part of the world for more than 20 years, and I have personally covered terror attacks by Hamas that killed Israeli civilians more than 20 years.
Think about the response there. Like, it's so obvious this guy has an agenda. And that's why no matter what they say or what they add, or now they suddenly in an opportunistic way start saying the truth, these people are not on your side. Think about that response of course you have. But what he just said was that 76 years of this ongoing attack, but he can't engage with that. Honestly, I think these people are given like a very limited scope of the level of truth they can start giving to maybe win back some support.
So I'm asking you this, just looking at the last 10 months of this conflict for a moment, does Hamas accept any responsibility for the deaths of Palestinian civilians in Gaza? Because as you know, Hamas tunnels, Hamas military units are based under and around homes, mosques, schools in Gaza. Do you accept responsibility for any of the deaths in Gaza?
Yeah. Unfortunately, you have covered this region for 20 years, but you was watching the region by the Israeli eyes.
Right.
You didn't show the Israelis killing thousands of Palestinians within those 20 years. In 2014, Israel attacked Gaza and they killed more than 4,000 Palestinians. You didn't see that. They attacked Gaza and they killed in one day 1,000 Palestinians in 2008, and you didn't see that. Those attacks.
Actually, I was here in 2014. I was here in 2014, and I was here in 2008. I'm asking you if Hamas accepts. I do, but what you're saying is factually not true. I was here for both.
Yeah, but you didn't report on it, moron. That's what he's saying.
I was here for both of those conflicts. My question is, does Hamas accept any responsibility for the deaths of its own people in Gaza?
You can't ask and answer by yourself. Either you let me to answer, or you can finish that talking by yourself to yourself. If you wish that, it's okay. I'm done. I have to answer, and I want to say what I want to say. It's not your duty to dictate what I'm supposed to say. It's not your duty to receive the answers you wish to receive.
So the question is, do you accept responsibility for the deaths of civilians in Gaza? That's the question.
You still keep watching what is happening by the Israeli eyes, listening by the Israeli ears, acting as if you are part of Israeli military attack against the Palestinians. It seems that you support the killing of 40,000 Palestinians. You are not blaming the Israelis for anything. You are talking about Palestinians who are being killed as if they were nothing, and you are just saying that the Palestinians were killing the Israelis. Let's go to West Bank. There is no Hamas. There is no action from Hamas, and the Israelis have killed already 800 Palestinians in the last 10 months.
True.
What about this? They are talking about the Palestinian
In fact, sir,
recognize
as you know, CNN has covered the deaths of Palestinians quite closely.
That's a complete lie.
But let me ask you a question here, because you're saying.
Unfortunately, you are not.
So I'm going to quote you. I'm going to quote you right now.
You didn't show the women who were.
I'm going to quote you right now, a Palestinian in Gaza.
We are talking about 16,000 children who are being killed by the Israelis, and you are asking if the resistance is responsible.
I'm very aware.
Yeah, he's trying to answer the question, as you can tell, but the point, he doesn't want to get it's the same thing he said. Now, I'm not supporting either side here, just to be very clear. I'm very skeptical of him, quite honest, because of what I said in the beginning. Doesn't mean he's saying things that are incorrect. What's funny about this is that think about the question. Do you take responsibility for the people that Israel has killed because of the narrative that he spun out afterward? Realizing on the record, on the surface, that a lot, if not most of these tunnels that we've already talked about have been allowed, if not built by Israel, including the primary example of Shifa Hospital. I mean, we broke that down right when it happened, damn near before anybody. Now, not necessarily that it already talked about before October 7th, but in the midst of this, we realized in the research that it was clear that Israel, and then even Ehud Barak said it on the record with CNN, and she was baffled by it. She's like, what did you say? They built the command center under the hospital while it was an active hospital. Talk about human shields. But the point is that whether that was continuing to be used or not, we can't tell. Basically, it turned out that not, because they didn't show you anything, if it even existed at all. My point, though, is that there's a lot of those that were built by Israel. And I guarantee they're used by Hamas. But on top of that, as I've shown you many times, you can prove that there was a system where they were allowing the smuggling to benefit from it, to maintain their occupation, to justify what they think the Palestinians are. That's what their game has been. That's why they funded Hamas, to say, see, that's what they are. That's what they do. So the game of pretending like because Israel says these tunnels are everywhere they bomb, don't you feel responsible? Have you seen evidence of that? I'm not denying these are tunnels, but realize, have you seen evidence for 95% of Gaza that there are tunnels over every home, under every school? Most of them are not the case. You can prove this. They're bombing schools and mosques and hospitals because they're murdering people. And his answer, based on the assumption, because of what Israel told him, his question is, don't you feel responsible, or should you, or do you? It's an insulting question. It really is.
I'm very aware of the civilian toll in Gaza.
Excuse me, you are not listening, and you are not allowing me to answer. You don't want to listen to the facts. You just want to listen to yourself. It's okay. That's enough. It's fine.
No, I'm going to quote you now. I'm going to quote you now, a Palestinian from Gaza.
You want just to hear to yourself. You just want to listen to yourself and to the Israelis. If you are aware and worried for the reaction of the Israelis, don't talk to Hamas. Thank you very much. The Israelis have killed us. And
in fact, we've invited you on the air to ask you questions.
You are in a responsible position for the killings of the Palestinians. You are supporting the killings of the Palestinians. I'm sorry to hear that from the CNN. Thank you very much. I have to finish that. Thank you.
Let me ask you, I'm going to quote you someone from Gaza who spoke, well, there you go. It's a shame we did give him the opportunity to answer questions.
I love that afterward framing. Right. Well, he didn't say exactly what I wanted to hear, and I wouldn't let him speak if he didn't otherwise. So too bad that didn't work out. Pretty sad. But either way, you can decide for yourself on that. I think what's interesting, though, is back to the deal. This guy refused another ceasefire deal. Clumsy Michael Rappaport saying the narrative Israel told him to say. Here's Caroline Glick. This is so hostile. It's heartbreaking. Here's the Secretary of State demanding that Israel bow to Hamas's demands for capitulation in exchange for a small fraction of the hostages. So here's what's fascinating to me. On one side of this, you've got the blunt, just ignorant narrative, like what Michael's putting out. Well, Hamas said no, even though Israel agreed. But hold on a second. Here's another side of the narrative where you got Blinken going, but this is what you should agree to. Now, this is on the 19th. Okay. So understand that the way this went is the same as always, that you got Blinken and the narrative from the US going, well, we're almost Israel's thing we're basically there. And we got to hope Hamas comes along with it. But from the entire conversation, you've got the internal Israeli point from Netanyahu and the rest saying, we can't stop the war. We're going to fight until Hamas is gone. But we'll agree to a deal if you let that happen. So it's not a ceasefire deal. Yes, it is. Well, you don't want a ceasefire, though. You want to fight until you kill the group that you're making a deal with. Yes. But it's a ceasefire. Yes. It's just dumb. You're just literally saying the opposite is true. And so what you're getting from people like her is we can't allow this. We can't allow them to dictate what we need to do. But then, okay, then stop pretending you're agreeing to a deal when you don't want anything about that deal. Here's what Sky News reported. Here's what Blinken said.
Mr. President, thank you very much. It's always good to be with you and good to be back in Israel. This is my 9th visit since October 7th to Israel.
What in the hell? Think about that. You realize you don't need to be in Israel to conduct diplomacy over things like, this is an alarming kind of situation. 9 times? That's almost once a month. Maybe you should read into that like we were talking about in the beginning.
The Middle East. And this is a decisive moment. Probably the best, maybe the last opportunity to get the hostages home, to get a ceasefire, and to put everyone on a better path to enduring peace and security. I'm here as part of an intensive diplomatic effort on President Biden's instructions to try to get this agreement to the line and ultimately over the line. It is time for it to get done.
So ask yourself, if he's there, right, on the 19th to talk about to getting this deal done, and yet weirdly the outward narrative is Israel and the U.S. are on the same page. We're trying to get Hamas to agree, right? So, but here's the interesting part. Hamas isn't there. And I'll show you why. Okay, so the game is, it's all on them. But then what are you doing there? Why are you there trying to get hit? And why is Caroline Glick going, this is so hostile. We can't let them push this on it. You see how, on the surface, these things don't add up. And the point is, what has happened every single time is the same. You could read these if you don't believe me. Look at the information is self-evident. Hamas agreed to a deal that this is back on May 7th. The exact same dynamic. If you remember, if you followed along, Blinken stood up and said, Israel's agreed. Now Hamas better follow suit. He's even said Netanyahu says this or they agreed with that. Hamas better come around. Same thing. And then what happened? Hamas said, okay. And then Israel goes, never mind, and attacks Rafah. It's as stupid as that. It's unbelievably obvious. And then it happened again on the 2nd of June, or rather, we reported on the 2nd of June. Israel once again refuses its own ceasefire deal. And again, that's how dumb this was. Blinken stood up and said, we all agree. Now Hamas better follow suit. And then they did. And they went, no, never mind. That's the wrong. You didn't agree to the right one. Whatever. It's always nonsensical. And the key point every time is that Israel says they'll continue to fight Hamas. Then you don't want a ceasefire deal. It's almost embarrassing to have to talk about this. It's really stupid. And we just put up a new article on the 20th of August. U.S.-backed ceasefire talks, Gaza ceasefire talks, are a complete sham. Now, Robert did a really great job breaking this down. And it's really just walking you through the obvious and it proves itself. The links in every one of these explicitly make the point. And at the end, the main point that this is not even a ceasefire deal. They've now shifted into some weird overlap where they're pretending it's the same deal. But the main point he makes here, guys, is that this is an agreement that was put forward by the United Nations. Remember we showed you that? I'm trying to grab it real quick off the top of my head here. That ultimately the United Nations Security Council agreed with the outline. Now that in itself got promoted as somehow the agreement was there, but it was a misunderstanding where the UN said, well, we agree to the framework. Now it's on you guys to find out the smaller details, right? So that is what Hamas has been adhering to, and it's easy to prove. And they said, we want this, we want exactly that framework, which they all essentially agreed on. Israel, now after there was an agreement, has now walked it back and said this has to change. So it's fundamentally made it no longer a ceasefire deal. It's an exchange of hostage deal for a temporary pause. Because they want it explicitly stated they're not going to stop fighting Hamas. So it's all some kind of weird game. At the end of the day, I think the only way to read this is they just want to keep this going as long as possible. They want to keep you thinking they might just be working towards it while making sure that there's no possible way it could happen. Because you're not going to make a ceasefire deal when one of the points is about not having a ceasefire. That's really stupid. But the important thing to realize is based on the United Nations outline, this is the only deviation is from Israel. Make sure you read that. Now, this is from the 19th of August. And I just showed you the 19th discussion where he's there saying Biden told him to pressure Israel to get what they want. And here he is. Blinken says Israel accepts the proposal, urges Hamas to do the same. It just never ends. Here's 2 days ago, Israel accepts bridging proposal for ceasefire deal. But wait a minute, that's not the same thing. You're talking about modifying. And again, Hamas wasn't even present because at the end of the day, as Robert outlines, they're done playing this facade. They've agreed to the outline from the UN. They've agreed to the finer points that they claim they all agree on. But they're not going to play this game where they keep going back to the table for Netanyahu to pretend like we have to keep fighting Hamas, and for them to keep saying, well, that doesn't align with what we all agreed on, and for them to go see Hamas doesn't want a deal. They've done it 14 times already. So now they're not even there, but somehow acting like this is all on Hamas, even though the only thing changing is the U.S. and Israel continuing to bat this back and forth as some kind of an illusion. Here is from the night, or no, this is from the 19th as well. Blinken says Israel okays a plan to break the ceasefire impasse and urges Hamas to do the same. It just never ends. And that's the point I want you to see here. Everybody, every single left, right, up, down, it doesn't matter. Everybody came out and said exactly the same thing. Blinken says Israel okay, now it's on Hamas. Every single, it's crazy. When you see this kind of alignment, that says something. And then going back, June 11th, Blinken urges Hamas to accept the deal after Israel says okay. Blinken urges Hamas to accept new Israel terms. That's April 29th. This is May 1st. Blinken presses Hamas to seal the Gaza deal. June 10th. March 21st. June 11th. June 10th. If you keep going, you'll see that these are more sporadic than you realize. December 1st. May 5th. I swear to God, I've seen this at least 10 times. Probably way more than that, where they come out and say, Israel agrees, but it's on Hamas. Arsen Otrovsky says sick and tired of all the misreporting on the latest hostage ceasefire negotiations. Now that's what they're calling it, right? But he goes, so why don't you just listen to Senator Blinken? Or Secretary, excuse me. Well, here's what Blinken has to say. Now this is posted on the 20th.
Last week, the president put forward a proposal with Qatar and with Egypt to try to bridge the gaps that remain between the parties so that we could get agreement to what the president put out there a couple of months ago.
So to break that down, we're talking about the deal that was there, the deal that they keep saying Israel has agreed to 17 times over before. So what's changed? Why are they now adding? If it already was agreed to and Hamas hasn't added any new terms, then why is it now new for the 14th time? Because this is a game to make it continue to never stop. What he's ultimately saying is we've produced the bridge and the points that are supposed to bridge the current deal that we apparently Israel already agreed to what Israel now wants to add. And that is specifically that we need to keep fighting Hamas no matter what. But yet all the news reports they've agreed to a ceasefire. But within that ceasefire, Israel has to never have a ceasefire with Hamas. That's how dumb it is.
In a very constructive meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, he confirmed to me that Israel accepts the bridging proposal.
Yeah, because they put it forward. The bridging proposal is that they need to continue fighting Hamas.
He supports it. It's now incumbent on Hamas to do the same. And then the parties, with the help of the mediators, the United States, Egypt, and Qatar.
Both of which have already made clear that Israel is the one holding this up. Same with all of the Israeli media. Same with anybody with a brain cell.
Have to come together and complete the process of reaching clear understandings about how they'll implement the commitments.
All this, see now, and then you're going to get into a phase where they have to then debate for 45 months about how they implement the This is designed to never stop. That's all this is, under the illusion of some kind of normalcy. And Hamas is not going to keep coming back for them to keep pretending like they want something other than what they agreed to. That's what this comes down to. And if they do, every time they either frame it as Hamas said no, even though all they said was you've changed it, or that they're not here, so they don't even want it. That's all. It's the same recycling of the same lie. Now, this is on the 18th. Khaleesi said, Blinken just arrived in Israel. Brace yourself for more horrific massacres soon. And you know why she's saying that? Because without fail, like with attacking Rafah in May, every time it gets close to a deal where it looks more and more like they're the only one holding it up, because they are, what do? They bomb and murder and kill to distract everybody with oh my God, look at what they just did. They're literally using their own terrible actions to hide what they're not doing. Think about how sociopath. That's crazy. That's psychopath. Psychopathy. She says, my statement was just over 1 day old. And guess what? They've now bombed their al-Balagh. And this was on the 20th. Now today, they've bombed a school. Perfectly in line with what she's already predicting. Here's Elon Levy already jumping out ahead. Look at this fake graphic we made, what you can't verify for yourself. The IDF just took out Hamas terrorists in a military base. Oh, embedded in a former school, though. Also happened to be full of children, though, that were hurt and starving. But that was because Hamas, though. But just believe us because we've never lied before, right? That's it. That's all you get. Civilians must be protected from Hamas. And by doing that, you mean murdering them? Like, think about saying that at the end. Civilians must be protected from Hamas. And your argument is you're allowed to kill however many you want to stop Hamas. So how do you make sense of that? I mean, this is my point about how lazy their propaganda is. This is the equivalent of saying not just that we're not the bad guys you think, but that we are the most moral in the world. Or, for example, saying we don't want to kill civilians, but it's Hamas's fault, and taking that all the way to saying we must protect them from Hamas. But you see, if you wouldn't have pushed it like the idiot you are, it would have maybe made sense. But you can't pretend you're protecting them if your job is to kill them to stop Hamas. You absolute moron. I mean, it's like they want to be seen. Rami Abdul adds to this the previous discussion of the what was the school again? Now this has been taken down apparently. Anyway, the point is they've already broken this down. Euromed Human Rights Group have proven, along with a lot of other independent research groups, that the people they claim were the responsible Hamas terrorists at the last school they bombed, every single one of them have been proven either to have been killed before or not been a provable not member of Hamas, been killed before they said they were there. I mean, any number of examples. All of it broken down with evidence you can verify yourself, but nobody cares because it doesn't. We're on the third school bombing after that. Mohammed Shihada adds an important point to the school bombing conversation that comes from Israeli media. Like a lot of the very important truths that we keep finding that are challenging the narrative that your government with Israel's government are telling the West. Of course, that won't be translated for some reason. That's interesting. First time I've seen that. Oh, there it goes. Channel 12 News. IDF's new method in Gaza and opposite Hamas strategy in northern Gaza Strip. Here's what he's breaking down. He says, Israel reveals the reason for bombing multiple schools in Gaza, which has been really increased a lot lately, to forcibly expel hundreds of thousands of Gazans in the north. Now, they don't want the Western audience to hear this, but this is what the article explicitly says. IDF has been trying to accomplish this for 10 months, but failed to get everyone out of the north, right? And admits that Gazans refuse to leave despite their warnings because they don't want to leave their homes, guys. Hamas is, you get this game they're playing about Hamas. These are people that are telling you, we're not leaving our homes again. And they murder them for it. Israel considers emptying Gaza's northern half the center of the war and of consciousness between the IDF and Hamas, they call it. Hence, Israel, quote, Israel's bombings in the northern Gaza Strip is now significantly higher. That's what the article's saying. Explicitly they're saying we want them out of the way, so we increase the bombing. Like they don't care how obvious this is. They've increased the bombing more than anywhere else in Gaza to terrorize the population and force them to flee, is what he adds, but I agree. That's what they're saying. Each of those schools is housing thousands of refugees. Bombing them sends a message that nothing is safe in the north. But again, Gazans are still refusing to leave. So expect more victims in bombing, which we just saw today. He posted this on the 17th. Elon Levy comes out and goes, oh, terrorism. But they wrote an article 3 days ago saying we're going to bomb these areas to get them to flee to the south. I guess that's Elon's job, is to basically be the guy that eventually goes to prison for lying about this so they can avoid the rest of the government. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Elon knows that, but that's what he's doing. He's filling the role of the patsy right now, spreading the fake news that hides the reality when they're telling you what they're doing. Here's what the article says. There, it's just, you can see it. Oh, and it's always funny on the different translations. Sticking to Gaza City is at the center of the IDF-Hamas consciousness struggle. That's what he just read. The real war on the road to victory is now taking place in the northern Gaza Strip. Similar overlap. He says, clinging to the Gaza City is in the center of the psychological struggle between the IDF and Hamas. Here's what it says over here. Clinging to the Gaza City at the center of the war, same point. It says, this is the real war happening now in the north of the Gaza Strip. Hamas is succeeding in its firm grip. We must be more determined than the population. Only the evacuation of about a million people from the north will create the necessary turnaround. So all they're saying is we're bombing people in these schools, not because we can prove Hamas is there, but because we need them out of the way to further pressure Hamas. And then 3 days later, they bomb a school, kill a lot of children, and they go Hamas. It makes me sick how obvious this is. And people just, and both Republicans and Democrats in this country are allowing this to happen. Max Blumenthal reports on the 17th as well. Hundreds of thousands are displaced. Again, this is day after day after day. Last time we showed you, there was, 12 displacements in 13 days. In Khan Yunis, the safe zone, yet again, under bombardment. The horrors of the Gaza Holocaust play out before our eyes day after day with our politicians compete for the affection of the Israeli death camp regime. Al-Mizrahi wants to point out something, and I agree with him. As talk of a deal is being circulated yet again on pro-genocide media outlets, he says, I feel like I need to re-share my months-old mantra. There is no deal, and there will not be a deal. Israel and the U.S. don't want a deal. They want to exterminate the entirety of the Palestinian people to make room for a big Israel, which is what they're openly telling you, by the way. The only talk of a deal to give their extermination campaign a diplomatic cover and some idiot-level deniability, and equally to fool the resistance and to torment the Palestinians and their supporters with false hopes. After Gaza, if it is not stopped, Israel is turning to the West Bank and East Jerusalem. And from there, Jordan, Egypt, every other location that they clearly show is part of the Greater Israel Project. It's on the record. It's not a secret. To kill, ethnically cleanse all remaining Palestinians in those areas and anybody else in their way. This war is not stopping, and Israel is not stopping until stopped or runs out of ammo. This is continuous war till the end, not a day sooner. Sadly, I agree. That's what we need to do something. Now, don't forget, in case you needed more to understand this, that Israel's media has been screaming about this for months now. How Netanyahu has systematically foiled talks to release hostages from captivity. The most upsetting thing about all this is that the Israeli population are also calling this out. Not from the perspective that they want to save Palestinians by and large, but because they've already recognized the longer we leave them there, and everyone that comes home tells us that they're being killed by Israeli bombs. I frankly can't stop seeing how obviously intentional that is. Either way, the world around is going, Netanyahu's deliberately stopping these deals, and then idiots like Michael Rappaport come up and convince whoever's willing to be dumb enough to fall for it that it's all the part of the Hamas. Their own media. So is Haaretz and Channel 12 and the rest, are they racist? Are they anti-Semites, Mike? I mean, how's that work for you? I mean, the only people showing you how dumb they are the people that are blindly lying for Israel to their detriment. Do you think Israel's going to come protect you when eventually you get some accountability for the lies you were spinning? It's just embarrassing. But here is the newest report. Netanyahu added new conditions to ceasefire report. It's everywhere, and it's obvious. Israel and U.S. have blamed Hamas for stalling talks, but the new documents suggest Netanyahu has obstructed progress. Now, of course, you can pretend that's not true, but then ask yourself why Israeli media in like 17 different articles have said the exact opposite. Netanyahu is deliberately making sure this doesn't happen. It's very sad. Now, here is a report from the Cradle. Hamas reveals details of latest U.S. proposal for Gaza ceasefire. So again, you can read through this. It's exactly what we already covered in a more nuanced way. Hamas exposing the exact point. Here is what they're showing us. Here is what they're doing. The only thing they want is to not have a ceasefire while pretending they're fighting for a ceasefire. And then I was going to come back to this, I guess, but I'll move it down again since I don't think it fits here either. Maybe right there. But the point is, it's a video showing you the horrendous nature of what they're doing. But here's Jerusalem Post. Ceasefire sticking points indicate Hamas's plan to return to power. Oh, okay. So, I mean, the whole point is that the democratically elected, as they frame it, I don't believe that, but that's how they're telling you, the democratically elected government is not supposed to be the one in power, or the fact that the whole point is about allowing them to decide their future, or the fact that you want to pretend like you want any type of deal to ever happen anyway. Like, it's so embarrassing. But see, this is the second part of it. So one side, they're just going ceasefire, and it's all their fault, even though they're making sure it doesn't happen. Then the bigger point is that supposed ceasefire deal, which they won't let happen, is, of course, in the minds of the liars in the United States and Blinken and Biden and the rest of them pretending, and Kamala or RFK or Trump or all the rest, that it will lead to a two-state solution. Equally, I guess, fanatical fantasy. The point is that here we can prove to you that outwardly, and by the way, for the last however long it's ever been talked about, post 67, they do not and explicitly say they will never allow a two-state solution. But your government pretends every day that's what they all want. This is Jerusalem Post telling you that we can't allow Hamas to be in power because that will ruin the deal. Well, that's not for you to decide. At the end of the day, if we're talking about some kind of a deal where they have self-determination, they get to decide who's in power. It's the same point they made about Brian Mast trying to make some ignorant point that I don't think he thought through about how the people in charge of this transition don't know who's going to be in power. And I was like, do you not realize how dumb that is? Like, you're trying to pretend democracy, but here you are making fun of them because they don't know who's going to be. That means that you know it's not democracy, you moron. It's like these people are actively not thinking these things through, but I think it's more about just trying to convince you that you're supposed to side with Israel. The Squirrel points out one of the lines Zionist genocide queen Kamala Harris loves repeating as part of her I see you, I hear you routine, she's so ridiculous, is, quote, we need a two-state solution. And she usually pads it by adding some buzzwords that make coconut-pilled pseudo-radicals think it's some huge major shift from other politicians that came before her when it's literally the exact same line from Bill Clinton and to Obama to her, or Trump, or the rest of them. Can someone, remember, he was the one really pushing the ridiculous Abraham Accords, which all they really were him forcing governments to pretend to be okay with Israel when nobody was okay with that. And even Saudi Arabia never ultimately happened. They were all being coerced or bribed or threatened. But it says, I think that's a bribe. It says, can someone ask her how we get to a two-state solution when she has vowed to forever arm and fund Israel no matter what? And they just recently, again, explicitly announced that they will annex the rest of the occupied Palestine. Like, you can't, it's like pretending you want a ceasefire, but not allowing a ceasefire. They are telling you we're going to annex the rest of the territory. The only way you can have a two-state solution is if you give that territory to Palestine or to the Palestinians. The U.S. has been saying for decades that they will support a two-state solution. That's not new. Kamala didn't come up with that. Genocide Joe supports that. Bill Clinton, Obama, and even George Bush and other Republicans formally support that. They claim to anyway. Just because Kamala adds a twist to it you haven't heard before because you're I don't know what he means by coconut-pilled pseudo-radical who doesn't know anything about the history of any of this, but going, quote, the legitimate route to Palestinian self-determination must be achieved, doesn't mean there is any change. She's using the terms now to win back some people that might tell themselves they were misinformed, or maybe Biden was the bad one. Genocide Joe, but she's okay. They're just trying to play you, just like the Republicans are doing the same right now. It says, you know who said that exact same thing? Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Obama, George Bush, Dick Cheney, Mitt Romney, John McCain. Now you're hearing it for the first time from Kamala, and you think it's some huge major shift? Oh my God, you said Palestinians' legitimate right to self-determination. They're just trying to play you, guys. Now here, to make her point, or the Squirrel's point, Elon Levy says, I hope that's not true. This would reward Hamas for taking the hostages in the first place and encourage it to take more. It says the biggest incentive the U.S. Stupid grok thing getting in the way. The biggest incentive, U.S. officials said, is a meaningful pathway to an independent state. I don't see the mention of Hamas in there. So what he's literally trying to argue is that any creation of any state would benefit Hamas. You see, that's the whole, they do, and that's Hamas that they've put in power, that they have funded, that they are continuing to support up until 2020. Bottom line, they will never allow a two-state solution. Now, their desperate effort is to try to conflate that with all Hamas, even if they're not there, because their point is they won't allow this until Hamas is gone. Again, I guess, this guy's logic is pretty painful. Now, this is the other part. We played this recently, but I want to play it again. This is Hassan speaking with the former head of Shin Bet. He said, and Kenneth Ross says, we often forget Israel helped create, I would argue, created Hamas. Now, in the sense that there was an entity before that, but they turned it into what they have today in order to weaken the PLO and divide the Palestinians, ultimately, allowing money to flow from Qatar. Now, here is yet again an example that we've heard many times. This is more than one example. It's not some conspiracy theory, and it wasn't about humanitarian aid. You don't bring in suitcases full of cash in a place where you can't just buy aid. That's why it's shipped in to a group to buy aid. That's ridiculous, like every other Israeli propaganda point.
October the 7th, do you believe Netanyahu was deliberately propping up Hamas in Gaza as a way of dividing Palestinians and preventing a two-state solution?
Well, his policy, and he didn't hide it, he's totally against a reality in which there is a Palestinian state alongside Israel. He said it. His policy, the way he explained it, is divide and control to make sure that Palestinians will not have a unified government.
That's the point. He goes on for kind of rambles for a minute, but the point is very clear. Yes, to divide. So like every point before this, I always make the point. I don't know how then we would at least not ask whether the whole election was a sham. I mean, because remember, it was a plurality. It wasn't even a majority. It was like 45% voted for them. And since then, a whole new generation is there. So you can't pretend like a child is now responsible for that. And on top of that, are we really going to pretend with everything we know that Israel would go, we know they're terrorists, but we're going to let you vote and hope for the best? Come on. I really, even with U.S. pressure, if you believe with what we see today, that was actually happening, I just don't believe it, but I could be wrong. Either way, here is all the way to 2020. Mossad chief visited Qatar to urge Qatar to continue Hamas aid. 2020, right up until October 7th, they were funding Hamas, guys. It's not debatable. Now, in regard to the West Bank, to make that point about the two-state solution, they're never, ever, ever going to allow this. Whether you think that maybe even Netanyahu wants it, he's lost control. His own radical movements are rapidly driving away. They're acting in all sorts of erratic directions. Now, we shouldn't even call it erratic. It's clearly part of the larger plan. But the settler movement, the West Bank settlers themselves, the different parts of his coalition that are like psychopathic entities. I mean, he's far right. This guy's a lunatic himself, obviously. But the crazy part is to realize that the people he surrounded himself with for his own survival are Looney Tunes. And he knows that. His own media has written about why he lined up with them. And there's a whole push right now. I think I actually just had this. Let me see if I get it to come up. There it is. This is from Haaretz. Oh, maybe I don't have it up here. So it says the ultra-nationalist cancer even reaches Israel's hospitals. Now, of course, you can get away from, like I've always maintained, just being a nationalist is not the same as a racist. There could be overlap like there can be anywhere, but it's not the same. They love to make that conflation. But this is about the idea of, I mean, you could use ultra-nationalist. If you read about it, they're just talking about the same people. The Gavirs, the Smotriches, these people are lunatics. As B'Tselem would call it, Jewish supremacy, but I tend to see it more of a Zionist manipulation. Either way, these people are extremist even by their own party's perception. And they are driving this country into a very dangerous position where even their own people and their own other parts of their government are going, these guys are crazy. And your own government is blindly supporting it. Why do you think that is? How can you possibly make sense of that? You've got the tools. We've already talked about it today. Now here, BM is pointing out Netanyahu, openly telling you, quote, with God's help, we'll apply Jewish sovereignty, which he means Zionist, over all settlements as part of the land of Israel. Right. So they're literally, we're taking everything. September 2019, West Bank settlement. He's already talked about this. It's a long time coming. It's not just October 7th forward, but it's gotten way more rabid since then. Yunus Tarawi points out that inside of Gaza, which shows you, one, that you have settlers going into Gaza, which means the IDF is facilitating that. Shouldn't surprise you. They're leaving signs that say, here we will build the settlement of Gush Katif. That's what that says. And guess what? The Israeli military hung these posters there after they destroyed the hotel in Gaza City that was there before. So they are, and just so it's clear, there's multiple examples of these settlers already coming in, even making like sort of like a symbolic, but like a built-up thing along the wall on the inside to pretend like we're starting to build. It's on the surface. Francesca Albany says the settlers then assaulted the boys, broke their legs, and urinated on them, according to the United Nations. These are rabid, wild settlers, illegal. It says, P.S. Israel will do all it can to remove United Nations out of the territory that it unlawfully occupies. Punishment for its vital documentation work. One target at a time. So there's been these people that have been trying to document this a lot more than usual lately. It's going the world around. It's unreal. I mean, these people are some of the these are the people that are being led, by the way, and we just talked about this, by the Ben-Gavirs and Smotrich. I think it's Dov Lior, I think, is the rabbi that they all ascribe to. And he is openly pushing all of this stuff. I mean, even Netanyahu called him one of the, I get the exact frame quote, but it was something like the true leader or most powerful or something like that, because he leads, or they all through him lead all of the illegal settlers. So they've got this massive settler militia that is dangerous to everybody else. I mean, they're attacking the military. They're attacking anybody. These are the dangerous elements. And the Israeli society is calling this out. So they're going, look, you're raping, you're burning people alive, you're stealing homes, you're everything. Even the U.S. flirted with sanctioning them until they got, chastised by Smotrich and they fell away. The U.S. government. But it's everywhere. Ryan Grimm highlights another example of an American who got shot by these people. That's like the third one in the last so many weeks. And where's the U.S. government? Where's Trump? Where's RFK? Where's Biden? What has that whole game where they don't stand up and condemn it, or that doesn't matter? Where's this? What about the Americans that got shot by Israel? Funny how that doesn't matter to you guys. And realize these are settlers that have been given official capacity by the Israeli government. He says Anthony C., an activist, which is working to protect this group, FARA or something, is working to protect homes in the West Bank. Not because of Hamas, but because just Israel destroying homes, because they're maniacs. This video is an American who got shot by the IDF. By the military, not the settlers. Not much of the video, just showing them take him somewhere. The point is, this keeps happening. Ryan Grimm, I believe, of The Intercept, right? Or no, now at Drop Site News. Full story here. You can read for yourself. I mean, this is like the third example in a short period of time. It's always amazing. Imagine if this was a Ukrainian shot by, or American shot by Russia, or an American shot by China, let alone 3 in a short period of time. Such hypocrisy. Where's all the Tuckers in the world? Where are they about this? Don't you care about Americans getting shot by Israel? I guess as long as it's Israel, nobody cares. Sarah Abdallah points out that this is not Gaza. This is on the 15th. This is the village of Jit in occupied West Bank. Set ablaze. Now, you already saw this. This went around the conversation where there were settlers that set this whole neighborhood on fire. And of course, you got the blanket statements of concern from the Patels, but guess what? Israel's going to investigate. We'll let you know. Moral and strategic imperative and whatever. It's not self-defense. This is terrorism. No question. And guess what? They set these homes on fire in the middle of the night while they were sleeping with their families. But your government doesn't care. You saw a fraction of this even suggested by Israel in Gaza. You'd hear about it for 14 weeks straight. Here are Zionists burning down the homes of Jews because they're anti-Zionist. That makes sense, right? Are they all protecting the Jewish population? No, they're protecting Zionists, pretending they're protecting Jewish people because people around the world don't know this is happening. Or the Orthodox Jews that get beat up in the middle of the street by the IDF because they resist Zionism. It's everywhere. And for the Christians out there that believe you're supporting Zionism because you think that's what you should do, right now, Israel is wiping out Christian locations around the world. We saw this in Syria. We saw this in Iraq. We're seeing it yet again here. This is one of the last Christian villages in Palestine. They're wiping this out so Israeli settlers can build their own settlement over this. Doesn't stop. This is what they just did. Oh, and look, and they put a little cross up there for you just to mock you. Keep supporting Zionism, guys. Now, Saul Rod points out the contradiction, right? So we can see what Israel's media is saying is going on. Here's Haaretz. Investigation shows settler raid on Palestinian village took place right in front of the IDF forces who did nothing. That's the Haaretz leading newspaper in Israel. Here's the U.S. media. Israeli settlers storm West Bank village, drawing rare rebukes from Israeli officials. Really? You won't find the conversation about how the IDF allowed it, defended them while it went on. They're just gaslighting you into thinking, whoa, it's just the fringe bad apples. No, this is systematic, like the rape, like everything else we've talked about. They are making this happen. It's systematic. Human shields. We're ordering you to do it. This is not some anomaly, guys. Khaleesi points out the Israeli settlers set fire to their houses, and here's the video of it. Normalizing burning people alive. Middle of the night. Setting the couch on fire. I mean, guys, you even have video evidence for crying out loud. It's just disgusting. And the worst part about it is Robert covered this back on the June 21st. Israeli settlers have consistently used arson to burn Palestinians alive well before October 7th, but it's gone increasingly, the amount of this I know of at least 3 times we've talked about this since October 7th. Here's an example of a child before October 7th that they burned alive and then went on to taunt the family members. You've seen this story where they talk about Ollie on the grill. All the details and facts are in here for you directly from Times of Israel. Jewish extremists taunt Ollie's on the grill at their relatives. Here's the video of them literally burning an effigy of a baby while they dance around and make fun of it. But yeah, it's all misunderstood, right? You're a racist or something. Your government and Israeli government don't just support them, they arm them. They give them official capacity. BM points out Ben-Gvir's, as he calls them, judo Nazi stormtroopers, beat the living hell out of 2 random teenagers that are Palestinian in the northern town of Abu Sinan. This is in Israel. These are Palestinians with Israeli citizenship. He says this is the reality of Palestinian citizens of Israel, not the bogus coexistence narrative they Hasbarists try to tell you. Just drag them off their bikes and just beat them up in the street. Now, you can make up a narrative if you want. It makes you feel better about how they threw rocks or something bad. But the point is, they just beat them up, don't charge them, and leave. Here, Zachary Foster points out the reality of apartheid and also the disgusting racist nature of these people, I'll just read what he says. He goes, here's a Jewish Israeli, and you could hear all the links are there for you. And a Jewish Israeli, he says, can post, quote, not everything the Nazis did was bad. The Gypsies were and still are a very serious problem. Yeah, totally not racist at all, right? With no consequence whatsoever. But when Palestinian Israelis post a solidarity message with the victims of genocide, they're arrested. He'll break it all down for you. That's apartheid for you. Also shows you a disgusting overlap with the ideology they pretend they're fighting, right? Now here he goes on and makes an entire thread of 15 different and former Israeli leaders who are telling you what they lived through as an apartheid state. Or just grabbing B'Tselem for you. And you could find, as you can see here, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, leading Israeli human rights group that literally says, a regime of Jewish supremacy from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. This is apartheid. January 2021. You know, you'd think the leading Israeli human rights group calling it apartheid might make a difference, but guess not. Because there's something much darker going on around all of this. But he goes on to list them all. It's a racist apartheid regime, guys. It's not up for debate.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's
on to list off the nation state law, and we played it many times. I'm going to have to wrap here pretty soon, but I wanted to make sure we finish this off. Here is an important clip. This is a Jewish man in Israel, in this case, in the West Bank, who is standing in the way of the IDF soldiers and calling them out. I just want you guys to make sure we don't miss the fact that it's, despite the clear majority, it is not every Israeli or every Jew that believes this stuff. Some of them are standing up, like Jewish Voices for Peace in this country, who are pushing back against the Ben Shapiros of the world. Yet he calls them disgusting, derogatory things, but yet calls you racist, even though a Jew who goes against Zionism, he calls not a Jew. So who's the racist in that conversation? The ones that are standing along the Jewish people fighting Zionism, or the Jew who is attacking other Jews that don't believe in Zionism? You can decide for yourself. Here is a Jew standing up against this, telling him, you are a disgrace to Judaism.
Words, you hide behind the guns of the soldiers who protect you. But know this, for property will not last eternity. Your strength is merely temporary, and the wicked will not prevail forever. Make no mistake, the whole world is watching. They know. Your days on this land are numbered. And since we have no expectations of you doing the right thing, to leave the land that you have seized from innocent people, we have no doubt that soon others will evict you. Whoever you are, you, the reader of these words, you and your accomplices to theft and robbery in the name of racism, in the name of Jewish supremacy, and above all, in the name of evil, morally corrupt, illegitimate regime, which is treated as a pariah state by the international community, you are a disgrace to Judaism and indeed to the human race. Signed, humans of the world, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Druze, and any
Sorry, I'm muted. What's funny about this, I bet you if this was in any other circumstance, that they would have beat him up. They would have done something, arrested him. But I think what's interesting is that's what I was just talking about. There's a whole group around him. There's Americans, there's people from the UK, there's people that have been showing up. I showed you this one, the blonde kid. I've shown you a few times now. He's been doing this nonstop, where they're protesting. They're trying to block them from blocking the aid or stopping them from taking prisoners. It's crazy and putting themselves right in the harm's way. So it's a lot of courage. I'm arguing, though, that if they didn't have that group there, knowing that there's international eyes watching, that they would have acted a lot differently. We've seen it already. But just to know that there are people there that are pushing back. But here's Ben Smotrich. Says this afternoon on the 18th, Smotrich, the minister overseeing Israel's unlawful occupation of Palestinian territory, visited the outskirts of Bethlehem, vowing to bring an unprecedented wave of demolitions upon Palestinian homes, livelihood, and donor-funded humanitarian aid. Like, this guy doesn't care. He's the one openly saying we want a regional war. Like, he's challenging all these people. He's coming out and saying we want to murder them. They're not allowed to live. We want to demolish everything. We're going to demolish their homes. We're going to stop the aid. Like, just everything they claim is not true. He's out there going, yeah, because these people are crazy. He's literally the one, him and Gavir seemingly kind of, I argue that they're worried about what they could marshal if they decide to push back against other parts of the government, like Civil War level. Here's his actual translated tweet. You can read for yourself. Here's a clip from Ryan Rusbiani showing you how this works. How the settlers, the ridiculous settlers here, they're all there illegally, and how they're supported blindly by the IDF, just letting them do whatever they want. Watch the full video. There's 1,000 of them. Francesca Albanese pointing out, it has happened for decades. During her time in Palestine, she's seen with her own eyes violent settler assaults against Palestinians in Jerusalem, as well as across the West Bank, under the watch and even the active participation of the IDF. It's everywhere, guys. AIPAC tracker points out with The Atlantic, who put this article up. The false narrative of settler colonialism. This is a new article. How embarrassing this is. And he says, reminder, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic served in the IDF. Well, gee, I wonder why. I mean, this is how dumb this is. We just did a show on this on May 13th. Zionism is settler colonialism. To be clear, that's not an opinion. Like, that's how embarrassing this is for these people pretending to be journalists, knowing that they're either that bad at their job or just choosing to lie to you. Here's one of many different different documents you could look at. This from the UN, but you'll find this is discussed. The point is, and this is just one, watch the show. At the time, Zionists were calling themselves that. That's what they had described themselves as. I have multiple source links in that article, but it says at the present, the contradictions of settler colonialism are catching up with Israel. Like, this is what's openly discussed at this time. Now, this was 1991. It says questions of Palestine, legal aspects, because it never existed, right? But if you just look up any part of this, you'll find, both Israel and white South Africa are artificial settler states, things like that. Or colonialism itself. It says the contradictions of settler. Oh, that was what I just read. I mean, you get the point. I mean, it's just so ridiculous how we can make the arguments that it's not what it is, even though the founders of Zionism called themselves that. But we're in a very desperate time right now where all they're trying to do is obfuscate because they're losing. And now this is worm-sided, saying the deputy director of the legal aid organization that Ben-Gvir worked for is endorsing Jewish terrorism in the West Bank on the grounds that it's no different from the IDF massacring women and children in Gaza. He says, quote, it's intentional, it's strategic, it's right. I mean, they're just coming right out and telling you this. As long as it's in something you have to translate, they're just hoping that they know what they know is that your media and your governments will blindly obfuscate for you. Why do you think that is? We have to be catching on by now. And then I'm going to skip this for time, but you've seen these clips showing you what's going on. Now, Candace Owens was highlighting that, and this is Dr. Taylor Marshall, quoting Eric Sammons, saying, according to Cardinal Bizabala, the Israeli police are denying Christians the freedom of worship. Shouldn't be surprising to you guys. We've shown you this countless times. But Christians in the United States don't seem to want to recognize this, or they don't care. A lot of the Trump supporters just would never want to believe this. It's very real. As he says, the Cardinal Patriarch of Jerusalem reports the state of Israel is persecuting Christians. And Candace writes, they're also supply the arms to mass murder Christians in Armenia. And don't get me started on the Mossad operations in the Congo, where Christians are also being slaughtered. This is the classic anywhere you look. As I said, look at Syria. Had the third largest Christian population in all of the Middle East before they started doing what they're doing. Weird how every one of the war on terror locations that the U.S. did in interest for Israel seemingly targeted the Christian populations and grew the terrorists they claimed they were fighting. You know, the groups that were otherwise being secretly funded by Israel and the United States that they're using to justify what they're doing. Not every single example, but by and large, like the moderate rebels or Al-Qaeda or ISIS. It's undeniably obvious at this point, and hopefully we can acknowledge that. Now, I'll go over this in the future. This is the point of this woman at St. Andrews University, or University of St. Andrews, is being persecuted for simply highlighting the truth of Israel. Saying it's an apartheid state, because it is. It's undeniable. It is the static and objective reality, but she got persecuted. And she got removed from her position because of it. That's what we're seeing around the world. Because, as we showed you in the beginning, Israel has these academic influences because those are loopholes, and they are getting people fired. They are influencing policy through that. Francesca Albanese says the banality of evil in action, enabling genocide, this time against the Palestinian people. It's so disappointing to read that in Australia, the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra has canceled a renowned pianist performance after he spoke out about journalists murdered in Gaza. Think about how crazy that is. Those who suffer genocide are the most unprotected, and humanity obliges us to stand up for them, using all means at our disposal. So he stood up and said, killing people is wrong. And they kicked him out of the orchestra in Australia. You're not allowed to have an opinion about genocide now? How do you not see that as direct influence of the AIPAC, ADL, Israel kind of, as we called it before, the election interfering and psychological operation industrial complex? I mean, they just pull a string, boom, you're fired from your job in Australia because you spoke out about what the world already sees as a genocide? God damn, that's crazy. And this is, I'll have to play this one. You know, let's do this. I'm going to play this, and then I'm going to end with the last clip. The rest of it was, and this is the clip right there. Some foreign policy stuff I was going to get into, I'll get in later, or the many different clips of them speaking, or here is the, Blinken on the 12th saying, today we commemorate the 75th anniversary of Geneva Convention, and just everybody ripping them apart. Huffington Post, the Biden administration is finalizing plans to urge Switzerland to reject a request from Palestine and its supporters to hold a conference on violations of the Geneva Convention. That's 2023. You're trying to pressure other governments to not let them use the Geneva Convention, but here you are going, yay, we believe in it. Like nobody, if anybody still pretends like the U.S. government has any moral standing, I've got a bridge and a vaccine to sell you. Here, same thing. The day he announced $29 billion in arms sales to the genocidal state of Israel, we believe in the Geneva Convention. How embarrassing. Or, you literally are violating the Geneva Convention right now by arming Israel, but yay, we believe in Geneva Convention. Or the fact that the Geneva Convention is what gives Palestine the right of armed resistance. But who cares? Because we believe in the Geneva Convention. We should laugh and ridicule these people everywhere they go. Now we're going to end with this clip. As I said, thanks for the clarification, Patel. As we already knew, the U.S. government doesn't care about what Israel's doing. It only cares about what Israel says they are doing, their policy. Yeah, you feckless coward.
But this is a government-announced settlement. This isn't an outpost. So, it's the same question, really. If you oppose it, I don't quite see why you can't stop it.
He's talking about settlements, right? So the same thing he's making. This guy keeps calling him out. You can't just be going, we're against that and we'll raise the issue. The point is, if you keep saying you're against it, but it keeps happening, what's the point? Finally, a real question.
I'm sorry, I don't really follow, Tom.
Of course you don't.
You've opposed.
Of course you don't understand when a real question gets asked.
Hundreds of settlement announcements, and they are all then built. So what's the point of repeatedly saying you oppose them?
Right.
It is important for us to make clear our perspective and our point of view, as well as to raise these sometimes tough and difficult conversations with our Israeli.
Oh, no, he said conversations, not issues, but same point. So the real question is, what difference does it make? And he knows that. They don't listen. Nobody cares. So the point you're making is that you don't care either. There's no way to miss that. If you just keep going through the motions and it all keeps happening, this is a cycle of allowance, a cycle of complicity. That's all it is.
Partners, and we'll continue to do so.
But doesn't it just expose the weakness of your position?
Yes.
In that you can say something and say it's your policy, but clearly it doesn't have any effect on the ground.
I would take issue with that characterization, Tom. These are not actions that the United States is party to, certainly not ones that we...
That doesn't make any difference. If you're criticizing the issue with what he just said, the point is that that means you don't have any influence on, or you're allowing it. To say that you're not taking part in it is not the point. But again, he knows that. The only reality here is that if you've never stopped any of them, then you have a weak position or you're allowing it. Simple.
Position in that you can say something and say it's your policy, but clearly it doesn't have any effects on the ground.
I would take issue with that characterization, Tom. These are not actions that the United States is party to, certainly not ones that we are involved in. Ultimately,
even though in many different ways that directly affects what the legalities of what they're allowed to do, whether it's funding or arm, they know all this.
Israel is a sovereign country that's going to make its own decisions. That does not detract or change from the fact that when we see things, when we see policy decisions, when we see...
You can stand up and go, we don't like that, and then let them keep doing it. Sounds like a real good policy.
Actions that we disagree with, that we think are not just in the interest in the United States, but also not in the interest of the region, we won't hesitate to say so. It is not dissimilar from circumstances in other countries in which the United States is not party to those decisions, but when we see something we disagree with, we certainly will make our voices heard, and that continues to be the case here. I will also say that the bigger issue here, Tom, is that we want to see these kinds of things end, and that is why we're so committed to
arming and funding the genocide?
Getting to a two-state solution, because we think that is the only...
You know, the very thing that they've explicitly said long before October 7th, but publicly since October 7th, that they will never allow. So this is the same, this is like another point, like game of the ceasefire. They're just going through the cycle. They let them do murder. They then go, we don't agree. But then they said, we have to work with them to achieve this night, the end that will stop the murder. And they murder again. They go, we don't agree, but we have to work with them to stop it so we can stop the murder in general. And they murder again, and round it goes. And at what point do you go, you don't care about the murder?
Only path forward for the region. And when we see things like this that are inconsistent with that, we won't hesitate to say so.
Well, you want to see a two-state solution, but I mean...
Except you don't call out the inconsistency of them saying that and then not actually doing it. Or you saying they want it when they say explicitly they don't. Funny how you don't call out that contradiction. Obviously, you know why.
Smotrich himself said in announcing the settlement, we'll continue to fight the dangerous idea of a Palestinian state and establish facts on the ground. This is my life's mission, and I will continue it as much as I can. So
right. So he's on the record going, no matter what, this is happening. I mean, that's, think about trying to respond to that. After acting like we're working with them to achieve the thing that he just outlined that I'll never, ever, ever allow. Okay, go, Patel. What do you have to say?
That's what you're up against when you're saying you oppose the building of these settlements. Clearly, this will go ahead, and it will not just go ahead, but it will go ahead in occupied territory where you are arming the military force, which will facilitate its establishment. So you're saying you oppose it, but you're arming the military force that facilitates its establishment.
We have a security relationship with the IDF, Tom. I don't dispute that. That of course continues to be the case.
How is building a settlement about self-defense of Green Line sovereign Israel?
We don't think it is, Tom.
Got him right there, because the point is your argument of your security agreement is about their self-defense, at least that's how you pretend. So arming them to continue to implement your illegal actions and in pretending like you don't like those actions proves that you're facilitating the actions and giving yourself a cover. It's very simple. You see how easy it is for people to just ask real questions and to have them just, like, even when they're trying to sidestep, they ultimately many times expose their position, because very few people, other than the ones we highlight, ask real questions.
We do not think that the expansion of the settlement program is in Israel's security interest. We think it detracts from a two-state solution and causes further instability and insecurity. So
based on that one statement, you would stand back and go, okay, so 75 years of them never stopping and always doing it instead of what we want, maybe we shouldn't have agreements with them. But obviously you could see clearly that proves to you that they don't care about that they say that to make you think they do. Their agreement is letting them do whatever they want.
Said these things a number of times. The point that I'm making is that these are not actions that the United States is party to.
I don't even think he accused you of that. You see, that all that really shows you at the end is that he feels like he's fighting off an accusation that they're responsible. But the only point in which the responsibility overlaps is that you're arming them and defending it. The first point was just about, you keep saying you don't like it and they keep doing it. But he immediately came from a point of, we're not responsible. It's like, well, nobody said that, man. But your response shows you that you clearly get what people are getting at and that you know that you are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, I asked about Ben Gvir and what he's done on the Temple Mount. And to Tom's question, you mentioned tools and the US toolkit. The US hasn't used any tools in that toolkit. And I just want to understand, is that because these are US government officials? These are also US government officials that Netanyahu...
You mean Israeli officials?
Sorry, Israeli government officials that you wouldn't use, is that because you can't use US...
So Camilla, I would never preview actions from up here that would be inappropriate, not
but
just in the context.
I only bring it up because you mentioned the toolkit.
Not just in the context of Israel, but in any country, I wouldn't preview actions from up here. Look, when it comes to, there are across the world, when it comes to governments that we engage with, whether they be partners, allies, or countries that we have adversarial relationships with, there are colorful characters in any government. What the United States is focused on is the policy and the policy decisions that they pursue and the United States pursue, and particularly one, when it comes to attempting to subjugate or change the status quo at Temple Mount, Haram al-Sharif, we would take issue with that. And
right, again, that's what he tweeted about, right? That's enough to concern yourself with. Oh my God, the status quo is disrupted. But we'll ignore the rape and the murder and the starvation, and we'll let them investigate. But I'll scream about the status quo.
Expansions of a settlement program, we would take issue with that. We find both of these things to be a detraction of Israel's security and fuel more insecurity and instability in the region.
Okay, I mean, think about saying that and then looking back at the history and seeing that that is their history. So if your argument is what they're doing right now is detracting from the security, then their entire existence has detracted from their security. That's how dumb this is. It's nonstop. It's been the reality from the beginning. And so this just shows you, the question is always, is how is it possible that they can still be making these arguments when everyone in the world can now see what they're doing? What do you think that is? Do you think that's blackmail? Do you think it's just political pressure? Do you think that they're all secret Zionists? Do you think that there's some kind of other dynamic going? I mean, what is it? I don't know, but I sure as hell know that this does not make sense with anything we understand about the way politics works, about the way they pretend they're fighting for your vote. This is simple complicity and just obfuscating, right? And that's all this is. You're just hiding it when we can clearly see that you're doing that, which hurts your agendas, which hurts your support, which hurts the administration clearly, but I think Biden's gone, long since gone. So what do you think is making this happen?
And we'll raise these and continue to have these very tough conversations. In terms of what actions we can take, Camilla, I'm not going to preview or speculate from up here.
Okay, but it's fair to say that there haven't been any actions taken other than condemning it verbally.
When it comes to officials within the government, sure, that can be a fair assessment.
Oh, that's pretty dumb. So the point is that you keep saying that we'll use our toolkit to push back, but all you've done is say that. So the only tool you've used is to say that you have tools. Cool. Clearly, you're really intelligent.
But you have seen us, particularly when it comes to actors in the West Bank, we have found to be sowing division, sowing instability, sowing insecurity. We have taken action.
No, you've pretended to sanction them and then quietly pulled it back when Smotrich gave you a stink eye. That's all that happened. He stood up and said, don't do that. And you guys immediately pulled it back. That's it. That's all that happened. There has been no action against these settlers at all other than the floating of an idea that might happen. And you realize how some of the worst things, burning people alive, rape, stealing, torture. I mean, it's terrible what's going on over there. We're just showing you, just burning their houses down in the middle of the night. This is not Gaza, guys. This is in West Bank.
We've spoken about that a number of times from up here.
I will just remark that the reason that these actions are being taken by settlers in the West Bank is because they do get a green light from said government officials to be able to behave like that. But again, that's, that to me, that seems linked, and that's why these questions are being asked, but I'll leave it.
Right.
Oh, good. Oh, good. You'll leave it? Okay, move on. Right. So it's just like lays it out explicitly at the end. So they're the ones allowing it. They're working with them. You are saying you haven't used your tools against them, like this roundabout cycle. And then she goes, okay, move on. I mean, there's no way to misunderstand that. They are aware that you know what's going on. They know that you know. And all they're hoping for is just the least splash as possible. Right? Oh, good. You're done. Okay, move on. Next question. Anything else other than focusing on the obvious that we're letting this happen, that we don't care? I mean, this is, I mean, in history, if this does not reflect the reality of what we've all seen, I mean, God, I just don't even want to think like that. Like the idea that this has to change something. If at this point in time, with how obvious this is, with how much we can see, we need to make something happen with this. Let's put it this way. We are going to make a change from this, because at the end of the day, this is unstable. We're watching them flounder about in front of us, where we all see it. And the only thing they're working with, it seems, is the two-party dynamic that gets some level of distraction. But I mean, again, we've been saying this for the first month of this. Every human rights group, every UN group, every international, everybody everywhere is, even their country allies are starting to one by one go away. Like I just saw Korea and other places, they're going, well, they're committing genocide. I don't know how you get away from that. Frankly, there's no way possible. So the best case scenario for them, I would argue, would be to go after Netanyahu and just try to maintain the problem. But I don't think that's going to work. So I think as always, there's an open possibility here for something real to happen. But to bring it back to the beginning, cannot stop seeing how that is all. There's two games taking place right now. There's the obvious genocide. I shouldn't call it games, but there's two manipulations. There's the obvious genocide that they're trying to gaslight everybody anywhere with the most flimsy allegations and just straight up obfuscation everywhere to keep going for whatever agenda they're trying to accomplish. Then there's also the internal dynamics in our countries and how they are, pulling strings to their detriment. To where they snap that string forever, but they still are pulling that string to get something to happen, to change the way you were. And it's desperate because the peoples don't buy it. The peoples of the countries are not buying what's happening. But we're watching them pull those strings, and we're watching them try to influence the internal dynamic. And my worry is that, let's just take the U.S. example for the upcoming election, that we'll watch this potentially get driven into some desired direction or potentially get driven into the ground, which it seems like we all kind of sense at this point, some kind of manufactured chaos, to the point to where everything becomes so dangerously chaotic that the last thing we're worried about is what's going on the other side of the world. And I worry that what happens at that point, what power structure then takes even further control. I'm really worried about that. So my point is, as individuals, if you see this and if you hear what we're saying and this resonates with you, reach out to people around you. If you're a Republican or a Democrat, or rather a conservative or liberal, and you see the people above you in these circles screaming falsehoods or deliberately ignoring the overlap, call them out. But overall, to end on the positive note, guys, I deeply believe that we are at a point now where the majority, as we saw during the COVID-19 conversation and many other examples, that I believe, and you've been hearing me say this for so long, that I sense that the majority is seeing this. And that doesn't mean literally every part of everything, but that they ultimately are beginning to kind of fall out of whatever stupor we were in, all of us. And more, they're seeing this. And during the COVID illusion, I kept saying this. We see it. And I know people don't want to believe it. You talk to random people on the street, you don't see it, but it's been shown in many different ways. Now, with this conversation, I'm telling you guys that we are more people than I've ever seen in my life are pulling back and dissecting all sorts of different things. And I think ultimately that this is such a great opportunity for positive change. At the very least, what it shows you is that us, as the peoples of our countries, we see through these lies. So at the very least, don't feel like you're some fringe alone person in any conversation. That we have solidarity, or rather community, and enough people to be able to effectively push things in a direction that we believe could positively affect far more than just our countries. Because I think this is something global. So at the end of the day, try not to lose sight of the positive nature of all of this, that what we're doing is, I guess, forcing them in a direction of something that they don't want, which I believe is positive for us. So that's where we're getting all the negative consequences. We're getting all of the extreme political and partisan drives and all of the desperation. It's everywhere. And I know it can be hard to see the positive outcome, the light at the end of the tunnel, but we need to focus on that. I look around and I see a lot of good people out there. I see a lot of good people fighting for good things, trying to shake people free from this and save human life, to fight for empathy and compassion. I see it everywhere. I'm just hoping that we can see that too and stop fixating. And I'm speaking to myself included, because there's times where you lose yourself in all of this and not fixate on the terrible and recognize all of the good people out there, whether manipulated or not, that truly are trying to change the world for the better. I just can't stop seeing the examples of the people at the top that I'm convinced, at the very least, don't care, but are fighting for something bad. Whether it benefits them or not, it's everywhere. So help me veer it in the positive direction. Reach out to people around you that want to have an honest, engaged conversation and consider things that they might not otherwise have thought, and have an, amicable conversation. Build those groups. Help me fight this. Thank you for being here. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
For Israelis who are continuing to defend the genocide in Gaza, do you know, really, do you know how much the world hates you? And I don't mean hate the way the world hates on America, but then everybody still wants to live here. Because I think from some of the clips that I see on X and on TikTok, you guys are in a serious bubble. People who didn't even have an opinion on Israel a couple years ago or last year now passionately hate you. I'm an American who had been successfully propagandized about Israel, so if you would have asked me a year and a half ago what my opinion on the country was, I would have first said, oh, amazing, amazing place, because that's where Jesus was born. Then I also would have said, oh, that's the place that is so wonderfully protective of Jewish people. It was the place that was established after the Holocaust to create a safe haven for Jewish people, but every day they're still fighting anti-Semitism from every country around them. Have to live in that kind of security because there's all these anti-Semitic and racist Arabs that are always trying to kill them. Now we're passionately against you. You ask me now, I think it's one of the most evil entities in modern history. And before you come in here and try to be a victim, I'm talking about being against the state. You don't seem to realize how much your actions have turned people against you. Do you understand that no one has made Jewish people less safe around the world than Israel? Are you aware of that or not?